LeafFilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to LeafFilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's LeafFilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. LeafFilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster with Norm Clark and Bob Marsdale, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com! Tonight, 6:08 Phillies-Dodgers game can be heard on 1210 WPHT and KYW News Radio 1039 FM and 1060 AM.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I find it so ironic that you're literally one that's pushing back on the weaponization of government when the very same people that were coming after us, went after your brother, like hounds. I mean, they did everything they could to destroy his governorship. They did everything they could to destroy his life. They did everything they could to destroy you. I sat in that same seat. The only difference is my last name wasn't Cuomo. My last name was Trump. They were trying to destroy my father. And by doing that, they were trying to destroy me, and they were trying to destroy the Trump organization. They were trying to take all our assets and strip our name off of every building in New York City. You've been on the receiving end of the very same people that I've been on the receiving end of. And so to play coy with me as if this isn't happening in the United States of America just seems ironic and foolish given what you've been through more so than anybody.
It was an epic smackdown if I've ever seen one. Eric Trump, Cuomo, the lesser Chris Cuomo, I might add. But man, it was a beautiful thing. This is a moment where I'm like standing up in the family room going, yeah, just making the motions. But, for many of us, I think in America, we don't have royalty. We don't have kings and queens and all of that. But we do have our famous families, and certainly the Trump family and the Trump children, like Eric Trump, my next guest. We've watched them grow up, quite frankly, and we've seen their families as they build businesses, take pride in America. But uniquely within the Trump family, And for those of us who feel like we know this family, we root for this family, we ache for this family, and over the past couple years too. This new memoir by Eric Trump is incredible. I'm so excited to just have ordered it on Amazon. Under Siege, My Family's Fight to Save Our Nation, with a beautiful cover with the flag. And you see Eric and his father as they look forward to a future with President Trump. Thanks to President Trump, quite frankly, leading our nation. Welcoming in now the great Eric Trump again. Eric, thank you so much for joining me here.
Don, it's great. It's great to be on, and I'm so glad you played that clip. I have a feeling I'm not going to need to do that with you, because you're absolutely the greatest, and you've always been like beyond. You might be more MAGA than I am, Don, but listen. I think people in this country are sending a statement, because honestly, the book went to #1 instantly on Amazon. It went to #1 in every category: memoirs, biographies, nationally, government, everything else. But people are pissed in this country. I mean, people are pissed, and it's because of the Cuomos. I mean,
that's right.
Think about Cuomo trying to deny the fact that the weaponization of government is happening. They literally threw his brother out of government like a dog, and then the very person who threw his brother out of government, right, for being the governor of the state of New York, ran for that very job a week later, right? I mean, and then got him fired from CNN. He sued CNN for like $125 million or something along those lines, right? And then he's trying to preach to me that the weaponization of government either doesn't exist or it's give me a break. I mean, he was on the receiving end of it as well. If anything else, the guy should have been sympathetic toward the fact that not only had he and his brother been targeted, but we've been the most targeted family probably in the history of the country.
Amen. Yeah, and that's just it. And I can tell you, everybody watching us on YouTube, listening to you right now, Eric, you talk about being pissed off. That's exactly right. Because, the American people, I mean, more than half of them have been with your dad, have been with your family, going through all of this, and, can't support you enough as far as this. Yeah. But people have had it. And everything we were told, it was a lie, whether it's terrible. Look at the peace deal right now. I wanted to ask you, the Nobel Prize nominations come out tomorrow. I mean, how many peace deals? Now we have Middle East peace. That was last night. Pretty soon it'll be Ukraine, Russia. Like, how many peace deals, or how much peace, prosperity, all of that do you think it takes to get one nomination?
You know what pisses me off, Don? I'm just sorry to use that language, but I've been in that room with my father when he stopped wars, right? I've been there by his side when he's stopped wars. I've seen it with my own eyes, where he calls up the head of one country, he calls up the prime minister of the next, and says, "Listen, you guys are going to knock it out. Like, stop the artillery going across your mutual border. We're not doing this. You're not doing this." I mean, I can't tell you how many kids there are alive, right? Who would have been pawns in some politician's fight, because my father put an end to it on distant corners of the earth that don't really involve the United States, right? All because he had the willingness to do it. You see what he did in Washington, D.C., where he cleaned up all the streets. You went from having 7 to 10 murders on a weekend to having 0, because he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. But yet, historically, Barack Obama would always get the Nobel Peace Prize, or one of these people, even though, they started more wars collectively. My father's the first president who's never started a war.
Yeah.
I mean, the first president who's never started a war. In fact, he's ended more than you can possibly count, including, obviously, the great accomplishment last night. So, in Oslo, Norway, where this is all being done, they better give him the Nobel Peace Prize. And honestly, I think people are going to, if they don't, I think people are just going to write off the Nobel Peace Prize as just being kind of, a sham. It's going to be no different than the Oscars or the Emmys or any of these other things, which, or the Pulitzer, exactly, which has been so weaponized politically that it no longer has any meaning.
Yep, exactly. It is infuriating, and it brings me to my next point. I always hoped that your family, like if your dad and your family had said enough, because most people would have run away from this at some point. The courage that you, your brothers and sisters, it's amazing to me what you've been through, and I can't wait to read the book. But I will say this. Have you guys ever thought of, I know you have True Social and all of that, but in all seriousness, Trump TV? I mean, why not start a network and give out these prizes? I mean, maybe that's really where we're going in this country to make it all right.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I mean, listen, we started Truth Social because they ripped my family off of Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. I mean, Laura Trump was getting messages when she'd post a video on YouTube about, she's obviously got a very successful show and podcast and everything else, and she'd post a message on YouTube. She was getting emails from YouTube saying, "You take that off right now, otherwise you're going to cancel your accounts," right? All because she happened to be supportive of, a man that more than half the country was supportive of. Now, remember, guys, they let Boko Haram on Instagram. They let Al Qaeda. They let the Taliban. They let, the Ayatollah. They let every terrorist organization in the world. They let Antifa. All of these guys had Twitter accounts, but the 45th president of the United States couldn't, right? And it's really crazy. But, in terms of the siege, Don, I named it Under Siege because of the siege that they put us under, but they put this whole country under siege, right? There's not a single one of your listeners right now who wasn't either debanked or deplatformed or had some First Amendment violation where they turned off their Instagram account or their YouTube account, or they turned down the dials, or they went after the church that they go to or the pastor, or they debanked that pastor, or they weaponized the IRS against their religious institution, or their business, or some DEI hire got a job over one of them. It was wrongfully done, but that was the standard at the time. Every person in this country has been affected by the siege, right? It was we might have been the tip of the spear. We might have been that little tip that was very loud and very vocal, but every person listening to us, you certainly felt it. I mean, you've been more outspoken than anybody. You felt it. It was all our fights. We were all part of that siege, and by the way, we were all part of that victory together. And so, we might have taken the most, public lashings. There's no question we did. I became the most subpoenaed person in American history for never doing a damn thing wrong, right? Like, I don't have a laptop from hell. I never did drugs. I never had pictures of prostitution on my laptop.
Yeah. Or tried to write it off in your tax return.
And yet they tried to skewer. So we might have been the tip of the spear, but every single person listening to us had an experience and felt it directly. And that's why the voice of this country became so loud and spoke out so viciously. And that's why we had the greatest political defeat in history against Kamala.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was, January 20th, we had the big celebration in Bucks County. And that day I was just, one of our most loyal, MAGA moms locally, and there are a lot of them here in Pennsylvania, Eric and Amy, and she calls in, "I'm a Trumpaholic," and I said, "That's right, baby." And we played Celebrate. I was just shameful. I don't care anymore, but it was. We had to celebrate because I will say this: everybody says I was shadow banned, I was this, I was that, and so everybody said, "Man, I can't imagine what the Trump family and President Trump has been through." Because we just had like a fraction of it, It's
by the way, Don, I have to say this. Just this is totally off topic, right? This is the Trump weave, but I love Bucks County. I love Pennsylvania. I went to the Hill School, which isn't too far away. My first girlfriend in life went to Reading Central Catholic, right there, not too far away from you guys. So I know that area extremely, extremely, extremely well. I love PA. I love the state. I would say I have more friends from Pennsylvania than probably any state in the country, and you guys are wonderful people, and honestly, it was like the greatest honor of my life to win it again. Like I feel like I'm through and through Pennsylvania, and the fact that we pulled off Pennsylvania in such an amazing kind of spectacular way again in 2024 was truly one of like the great moments of my life.
Yeah, well, you've got a friend in all of us, that's for sure.
We love you too, Eric.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric. I hope you come back. Under Siege: My Family's Fight to Save Our Nation. It's on Amazon. It's everywhere. #1 bestseller. Eric Trump, all of our love and best to you, your entire family, your beautiful wife and children. Thank you.
Great to be back on. See you, Don.
Thanks, Eric. Eric Trump. And then, of course, who wrote the foreword to his book? President Trump.
Yes.
I know. I could listen. I could talk to him all day. We have to do more events.
He is just a genuinely good
Yeah, he is. Yeah. And that's just it, to have these individuals with, they're demonized and just lied about. It's just, because all they have are the smears and the lies. Because if you actually, it's like with Charlie Kirk, if you actually have a conversation and give facts about people, then you reveal, oh, well, these are good people. These are hardworking people. And then you're talking about policy differences. And so I think that's the issue. But great guy, great husband. It's nice. It's a good day, of course, to celebrate peace in the Middle East. Let's hope to God it holds. Let's hope these 20 hostages. There are so many images of families. There were celebrations in the streets on both on sides of, the people in the Middle East. And that was beautiful to see, the celebrations, people popping champagne, hugging, crying. And the Israeli cabinet meeting right now. But it looks like everything's flying through. So we could potentially see, I would say maybe by Saturday, we could see some of these hostages coming home. But they've said everybody is going to be released. So we'll hope and pray. Thanks for being here. We'll take a quick break. And by the way, we still have Mark Houck. He's going to come up at 10:40.
Yep.
So Mark Houck, Bucks County. We'll talk to him. Dan and I just had a chat with him yesterday. He's doing great, but you want to hear from him because, of course, he was being mentioned, remember this, just this week, making news. And we are reminded of exactly what Eric Trump was just talking about. So stay right there, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com. WPHT.com. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti and PN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Tonight, Red October comes to 1210 WPHT.
Swung on, hit deep. Siri just watching as that ball is gone.
It's Game 4 of the NLDS, Phillies and Dodgers, and you can hear it all here.
And that's a 3-run home run.
Harper, Turner, Schwarber. Don't miss a minute.
Harper gloves it, takes it himself, and the Phillies take the National League East Division crown.
Phillies Dodgers, Game 4 of the NLDS. Coverage starts tonight at 5:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
This week, we heard within some bombshell news that was incredible for us as far as sitting United States senators and elected officials that were being targeted and focused on at the highest levels of the previous administration. Did it go all the way up to the Oval Office? You know, that's what we want to know. Who did what? Who knew what when? But we knew that, including elected officials here in Pennsylvania and across the country, but all Republican. Did it surprise you? Because it did not surprise me, because we've seen the persecution of us, of Republicans, particularly if you are a Trumpaholic like me. I fully confess, right? I'm proud of it. No calories and does your economy good. Trumpaholic. I have to think of like a good ad here. But in all seriousness, it doesn't surprise me at all. I'm glad that it has come out. But within Josh Hawley, who has, obviously the best voice ever. The guy is so good looking. He should have been an anchorman. Like, he has the anchorman hair, the anchorman voice. But when he laid, obviously a successful prosecutor in his own state and in his own right. But Senator Hawley, when he laid that out, had the graphics, the whole thing. And then he mentioned somebody we've gotten to know well right here in our area. So we'll set this up first before we bring in my next guest, Mark Houck, and check in with him. But we want you to be reminded of what happened this week with this evidence being released and what was going on. So that's just ahead. Mark Houck, Bucks County. We'll check in with him. How is he with his family? We covered the trial. So we'll check in an incredible local story and journey of a local dad who knows what it is to be persecuted and raided in front of your kids and your wife terrified. My conversation with Mark Houck just ahead.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tonight, 6:08 Phillies Dodgers game can be heard on 1210 WPHT and KYW News Radio 1039 FM and 1060 AM. See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster with Norm Clark and Bob Marsdale Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6481.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Or how about this? Let's remember Mark Houck and the pro-lifers who were prosecuted for what? For going to a clinic, an abortion clinic, and praying on a sidewalk outside an abortion clinic. This is Mark Houck and his beautiful family at Mass. This man, at the direction of Joe Biden's FBI, this man had an FBI SWAT team come to his door in the early morning hours with his beautiful children there, terrorizing them with weapons drawn. He was then arrested and prosecuted. And fortunately, a jury acquitted him. This is what was happening under Joe Biden. United States senators spied upon. Former presidents, the political opponents of the president at the time, targeted, prosecuted. Pro-lifers, targeted, prosecuted. Catholics, targeted, prosecuted. 92 conservative organizations put under surveillance, targeted for potential prosecution. Gee, I don't know. Would you call that an example of weaponization, Attorney General Bonnie? Do you think that's a fair characterization?
Senator Hawley, that is the ultimate weaponization. And weaponization under Donald Trump has ended. It has ended. Harmeet Dillon is running our civil rights unit, and she is doing an incredible job. No longer will parents be targeted. No longer will parents who care about whether their elementary school children have to read a transgender book be targeted and told they cannot have any say in their child's education. That has ended under this administration. People can worship freely, whether they're Catholics at synagogues or Muslims. Everyone can worship freely. That was the ultimate weaponization. They were targeting Catholics. No longer. They have been targeting so many American citizens throughout this country. And Senator Hawley, you have been a champion of this, and thank you for being a champion of that. But under Donald Trump's watch, it has ended.
And thank God for that. Yes, and at the core of that civil rights battle, that political persecution, and what I would also add is an actual epic Bible spiritual persecution and battle that our nation is, I believe, still in. But at the center of that, Mark Houck Bucks County father. Probably never could have imagined for you, Mark Houck, that you would be involved or be at the center of one of these battles. But we sure have been praying for you for many years. Thank God the jury here exonerated you, and we covered that. And Pastor Devlin was just so beautifully would call in and ask for prayers. So we feel, I think, for so many of my listeners and viewers on YouTube right now here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Mark, whether people have gotten to know you personally as a motivational speaker, author, all of that, local resident, or whether they've been praying for you a long time, I think so many people feel as if they've been part of your life and certainly have been rooting for you. Mark Houck, thanks for being here this morning.
Thanks, Dawn, and thanks to all your listeners. So it's always good to talk with you and revisit, something that, it all means for us, but happy to share more with you today.
Yeah. So first of all, did you know that your name would come up? Or did you have any kind of heads up, or were you learning that in the headlines as we were, as you were being brought up as part of this, and then all of this evidence revealed this week?
No. I mean, I was a target of the FBI, but I never imagined that my children would be brought into that. We were told that we were under potential indictment with a grand jury, but when everything happened, I was completely blindsided because I was innocent. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't commit a crime, whereas other people who were being targeted under the law at the time, they were committing a crime. So for me, it was kind of a different animal, I would say. I did not expect it. It was 3 years ago, Dawn, 3 weeks ago on September 23rd. So it's as real today as it was then, and or surreal, I should say, that it even happened.
Yeah, and you and your wife, Ryan Marie, can we just refresh everybody's memory,
Sure.
if we could? You and your wife, Ryan Marie, in your home in Bucks County with your 7 children who are homeschooled, so everybody was home, I'm assuming. And can you take us through what happened there with all of a sudden, did they shout? Did you get a knock at the door? What happened that day?
Well, it's a pre-dawn raid, so it's in Bucks County, like anywhere else in the Delaware Valley. It's at late September. It's dark. I mean, it's not very light out. I was the only one awake. My children were still sleeping, and that was a co-op day for our homeschool. So we leave the homeschool and we go. The children will go and receive other instruction in a co-op in Doylestown. So I was up preparing in the morning. I had a quiche in the oven, and I was just getting myself together. But everyone was still a slumber, right? We don't have to leave the house till like 8:30. So I was up. Thanks be to God, I was, because I don't know what would have happened if I wasn't. But there was a heavy bang at the door, and the doorbell rang over and over again around 6:30 in the morning, and I couldn't believe it. Like, obviously that's going to jar anybody. They didn't really announce themselves. I could not see out my double doors. It was 2 solid wood doors. I couldn't see anything, and so no one announced themselves. They just asked me to open up the door very loudly. So, of course, I'm thinking this is not a good person. I don't know who this is. So I went to the door, and I kind of took some authority over it, Dawn, and I just said, well, who is it? Declare yourself. Announce who you are. Before I opened the door. Now, everyone in Bucks County where I live, they're deer hunters, so
Yeah.
most people would have went and grabbed their gun at that point and gone to the door. But I had a spatula in my hand when I had
For the quiche.
So
Oh my
that's the only thing I went
Oh my
to the door with. I just said, who is it? They said, they banged again. They rang the doorbell again and said, it's the FBI, open up. Now, what I said next, I think really put them on their heels. And I'm glad I said it. I don't know why I said it. God gave it to me, I guess. But I said, please stay calm. I could tell there was urgency in their voices. I didn't know how many people were out there. I didn't know how many cars were on the property. But I said, stay calm. I have 7 babies in here. And when I said that, my children are older. I mean, I did have like a 2-year-old.
Right.
By the way, we just had baby number 8. So we're now at 8. With,
Oh my goodness.
8-week-old in the house.
Congratulations.
So
Oh.
yeah, that child is none the wiser. That child will never know until she comes of age. But but I do have babies. But my oldest at the time was Mark Jr., and he was 13. You know, they are my babies. And when I came out, I said, I stay calm. And I showed my hands. And of course, there was 20 plus federal agents with M16 guns on their hands, you know, fully armored vests, ballistic helmets, ballistic shields. I saw 2 battering rams. I saw 10 marked and unmarked units on the car surrounding my house, sirens going, no noise, but just going. And I'm just like, what what's going on, you know? Like, so that's kind of how it all evolved there. And within 5 minutes, I was in custody, and you know the kids were all downranged on. They were all in the line of fire. They were all lined up on the steps because they heard the noise, and the guns were in the home, pointed at them and my wife, right at their chest. I mean, it's a miracle no one was shot that day.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that's now, is there, so just to be clear, they knew that they were I mean, I imagine they would do surveillance or whatever. Like they knew that this is a private residence, and they knew that your wife and 7 young children were home, right? I mean, they knew that.
They had to have known that. I mean, they got to do their due diligence. I was in Arizona up till that Tuesday, so they knew that they were surveilling our home. Would see, you know, units driving by back and forth very slowly. My son even saw some what do you call it, the things that fly, the drones. There was some red light shining into his room. I don't know what he said he saw it, but the point of the matter is they got to do their due diligence. They got, because they don't want to put their guys in harm's way. They know where all the doors are. They know where everything is. They were at every door. So, you know, they're worried for someone to try to escape out the back. I got 2,000 acres of state game lands behind my property.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they're not going to let anyone get away. So they had to do it. I mean, or else they're putting their people in harm's way. But who was on my property was Bucks County sheriffs. We learned this in our lawsuit. Bucks County sheriffs, Philadelphia PD was on my property, state troopers because they police the area, and of course FBI federal agents. And there was one social worker there. So what does that tell you, Dawn? It tells you that they knew children were there and they were potentially dealing with a very sensitive situation that could have gone south, or just, you know, a foster care situation that they'd have to deal with. But,
right. So there's a threat that they're going to take. There's a implied threat there that I, as a mom, would see immediately. That they're thinking there's an implied threat of, we can take your children. That's how
no doubt.
You know what I mean?
Doubt.
I'm sure your wife was thinking that. I just want to go to one piece of, because we know the outcome. We know that finally this went to trial, and that you were fully exonerated. And there were even comments, because I've talked to so many people who were in court and not only interviewing you, just the under the breath comments, even with the judge, like, this is all you got. Like, it was almost like embarrassing. But thank God you're fully exonerated by that, and the jury just fully acquitted and exonerated you. But there was one moment where you were in custody, Mark, and I want to accentuate this. It's very important, because they left you there. They brought you in, and I know you've told me this before, but I want to just talk about this one moment where they have you in custody and you're shackled or cuffed to like a desk or something, and they let you think about it on purpose, and just that moment as far as how you were treated, and then the offer, you know, later for you to just basically take a plead guilty to a minor thing, and we'll get this done. Can you just share what that moment for you, as somebody who's like never, I mean, I'm sure you've never had that kind of an encounter or arrested or accused of anything. And so for a law-abiding citizen, my God, you know, Christian pastor and your role in the community, that moment when you're basically shackled and in custody.
Sure. I mean, it was a powerful moment. You know, being in that white room with a desk that is just a circle desk with a circle iron tube there, and I'm chained to it and cuffed to it, and I'm belly shackled and ankle shackled. So you know, as a Christian man, you know, you just can't think about anything except, you know, being persecuted as a Christian, right? That's just kind of where my thoughts went, and so I had 6 hours to just be alone with my thoughts and just sit there and pray. And I prayed, you know, without ceasing. And so it was very powerful in that way, very tangible when it comes to the reality of the supernatural and who we are as creatures under that guidance and providence. And so I felt blessed in some ways. I felt peace, great peace. I had joy. Scriptures tells us that consider it joy when you suffer trials like this, especially when you're doing something good, right? I mean, I was praying in front of an abortuary when I was with my son in 2021, and this is the result of that, you know. And so when I'm sitting there and I'm at coming to terms with that, I gave thanks. I gave thanks to God that He would choose me worthy to suffer. I knew my family could be suffering greatly at this point, but I just had to turn them over to Him, knowing that He's a God who loves them more than I could ever love them, and He's going to take care of them too. So I didn't know when I was coming home. The J6 people were already still in prison at that point, so I have that reality in my head, like I'm not coming home. I don't know that I'm going to be released on R&R. I am later, 3 or 4 hours later, but nonetheless, you're left with these thoughts to wrestle with them and to think about that, and you can either go into rage or wrath, or you can find Christ. And so for me, I always say I was at the foot of the cross. I was at Calvary. There I was, and I could feel His presence. I could feel my guardian angels. I could feel the communion of saints. I felt that joy. And so while I would never wish it on anybody, I mean, it was powerful. I mean, it was probably the most powerful moment I've ever had in my life when it comes to that intimacy with Christ. And so, you know, going from there and into a trial that was 4.5 months to essentially, as I looked at it, as crucifixion day, because I wasn't going to get a fair trial in Philadelphia. I knew I was going to prison. I was preparing my heart for that. I was preparing my family for that. The government comes in 2 weeks prior with a plea deal that basically says, hey, we can take this all away. Just plead guilty to an assault charge, because there was a man I had an altercation with there who was harassing my son. And then you'll be done. You won't have house arrest. You won't be on probation. It'll just be a misdemeanor. But it's a catch-all because you have a felony conviction on your record, and they're going to come after you again.
Mm-hmm.
And they would plan to do that because, you know, that's what they do. And so in this case, I said, no way. I'm not taking that plea deal. I was 2 weeks from trial. I asked my wife, I said, the government said no time, no fine, no probation. I'm facing 11 years in prison. I'm a young father. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't be away from this family. My wife doesn't work outside the home. I mean, she's the hardest worker among us, right? She
Eight
get paid
kids
the
now.
most. Yeah, right. So no time, no fine, no probation. I'm facing 3 years in probation. I'm facing almost $500,000 in fines. Man, I should take that deal. I went home with my wife and I talked to her, Ryan Marie, and I said, the government came in with a plea. This came in on January 6th of 2023, of all days.
Wow.
And I said, what do you think? And she said, well, you're not going to take that. I said, I'm not. She said, no.
Wow.
Because you're innocent. Like, why would you say yes, like you're guilty to something that you know you're innocent of? And so, you know, and plus it's a cowardly deal. And she said, but however, Mark, you got to make this decision. You know, it's your life, right? I'm your spouse, but if you decide you want to do this, I want you to know we don't want you to come back home. In other words, you're a Spartan woman. I'm your wife. You stay in battle, stay in mission as a Spartan man. You come back with your sword and your shield, or you come back on it. We got this, husband. We can take care of this. And then she said something even better, Dawn. She said, we need to do it for the good of the movement. We need to do it for the First Amendment. We need to do it for the pro-lifers, the American citizens, the Christians that are going to continue to be persecuted. If we hold the line here and we win, being that we had so many things stacked against us, but we win, you know, then it's going to be better for us. It's going to be better for the American people. But we had to risk all of that. We had to be willing to roll the dice on that because it was just going to continue, right? And our case would be case law and used against other people as they would go down the line.
We have so many comments from so many of our great listeners and viewers on YouTube. And David in South Carolina just is talking about, imagine having, you know, these DSS and this social worker and come to your home and threatening to take your children. Can't imagine it. Just so much support in here. Suze is talking about it. Suze brings up a good point because she's followed your case from the get-go, saying that you, at one point when you knew, even though Krasner and Philadelphia police, there were no charges outside you and your son and others praying outside an abortion clinic, but you at some point knew there was the federal involvement. And Suze pointed out that you would offer to turn yourself in.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look. You bring us in peacefully, right? Like, there's no reason to alarm the children. There's no reason to traumatize them. There's no reason to do what they did. Save the taxpayer money at the very least, right? Just look at it that way. We'll come in. You want to talk? They didn't want any parts of that. They didn't even acknowledge that. And so that's what our attorney, and that just shows you the agenda that they had, that what they were trying to do in the weaponization of the FBI and the DOJ against people of goodwill. So she's exactly right, and that needs to be known, that we weren't trying to obfuscate or get away from anybody. We were trying to cooperate.
And Dottie's just wanted me to say, you're with the courage and such powerful testimony from this godly pastor. I just wanted to share that with you, the support level and what everybody's talking about. One thing that struck us during the trial was that your son had to take the stand, impress the heck out of everybody. How's he doing? And can you talk about that moment when he had to take the stand, because he was the one that was really targeted in a really sicko way to me, because I'm always, these guys know me at work. Since my boys were little, I'm like pedophiles. I would have called that guy a pedophile if he's coming over and touching my child and cursing in his face, but that's just me. But your son at some point had to take the stand. How's he doing? And how did this all impact him in particular?
Yeah, look, Mark Jr. is a phenomenal young man. He's going to be 17 this year. And when he was with me on that sidewalk that you're looking at, where I protected him from this guy abusing him verbally and emotionally, and even just in violating his boundaries, he was 12. He was 12 years old at the time. So, this young man who was a little nervous, a little scared. I have a duty as a father to protect him. Some people say, walk away or whatever, but it just didn't happen that way. It's not how it went down. But nonetheless, Mark was tremendous that day. He's the reason we won.
Yeah.
I'll say that with knowing that we have truth on our side. The young man sharing his testimony, and can you imagine the pressure and stress on a young man at 14 years of age? My only witness, by the way, against their witnesses and everything, that was going to testify in my favor. And if he says something wrong, his dad could go to prison for 10, 11 years. So he did well. He did great. He was so calm. He was so in control of himself. In fact, he corrected the prosecuting attorney once or twice, because he listens, and he's a homeschool boy, so he's used to talking to adults. So he's just comfortable that way. And I don't know, it all worked out. And he's just blossomed into a fantastic human being who is a great leader. He's a natural born leader, and he's agreed to come and talk to you if you'd like to continue to have this conversation. He's in class right now, but in the homeschool. But he's just a fantastic young man who wants to serve his country. He wants to go in the Marine Corps. He wants to go to Annapolis. He wants to, so this is a type of ethos he has in him. He's a really virtuous kid, and so really blessed to have him.
I know you're proud. What, as far as I know that you had, and Josh, Senator Hawley actually brought up the civil rights issue in that investigation, Mark. I know that we had heard in June-ish that finally your civil lawsuit, as many have felt, that your civil rights were violated, among other things. Are you allowed to talk about that? Is that officially all settled, or where is there any other residue of litigation going on?
Yeah, it still continues, and I'm at liberty to talk about 90% of it. I'll say, look, we've sued the government, and that was a really painful process, a little bit more victimization even in the process. What we had happen, and this is public, is we filed a civil lawsuit saying that the federal government violated our rights, and they had gross negligence, and even the state, right? Because the Commonwealth of PA was involved too, so state troopers and stuff. So what happened was the Third Circuit, who was handling it this past February, ruled against us. In other words, ended everything and said the government had every right to do what they did. We're sorry that it happened, more or less, But you know what? They had every right to bring the amount of weaponry to your house and all of that, which was ridiculous because what was happening at the time, Dawn, was that the government under the Trump administration was now taking over the DOJ. And they immediately, after Donald Trump was inaugurated, they immediately in early February said, we're going to stay the process. And when you submit to the courts to say, let's stay, we want to negotiate, hold everything off, don't rule, we are going to, negotiate with the Houck family and come to settlement agreement. So that's what every judge wants. The judge don't want to get involved in that. They want to let the party settle. So this activist judge, and his name's Judge Diamond in Philadelphia, federal judge who's been on the bench for a lot of years, said, no, I'm going to rule anyway. So basically, he just totally victimized us again. Wow. And then to tell us that, they had every right to do what they did, knowing that full well that that's ridiculous, that they didn't have those rights, that our Constitution actually protects us. But nonetheless, to say that really was painful. And so what happened, though, we appealed that. So we brought it to the appellate division in the DOJ. And that's where things started to change a little bit. In other words, we were going to lose the appeal because 2 out of 3 judges have to agree that it was wrong what Judge Diamond did. And usually 90% of the time they don't rule that way. So we knew we would lose. But to put it back in the appellate division allowed us to continue our negotiations. And so they allowed that. So what I can report to you today is, praise God, there is going to be a settlement. Nothing, the Houcks haven't received anything yet. It's pennies on the dollar. It's really sad that, the Trump administration now has to negotiate as the government. And so what's just is not going to be received. Right. But nonetheless, there is going to be a settlement. We've agreed in principle, but with a lot of painful back and forth. But there's been some really good people at the DOJ. I have to report, though, there's some deep state holdovers still in the DOJ. Yeah,
of course.
And they're kind of making it difficult. It is what it is. And the people have to work with them, the Todd Blanches, the Pam Bondis. They do have to work with these people. They can't fire them all. And they're not happy. They wanted to give us $100,000 for our pain and suffering. That's what they wanted to give us. And we had asked for $4.35 million, just an initial claim of things we could, emotional distress, post-traumatic stress, all the things, the long-term. Kids don't even manifest some of their own traumas till later. All that factored in, loss of income, all that. They came way off that number. And, I won't disclose it because it's not public yet. Right. But nonetheless, we are coming to terms with them. So there will be some degree of peace. I had peace when we just said yes. When we just said yes to accepting it and it could be over and I don't have to deal with it anymore, I got peace. It's not about me becoming a millionaire and my kids becoming millionaires. Right. It's about justice, and holding them accountable. Yes. And that's what Josh Hawley wants. That's why he keeps coming up. Right. Accountability is so important here, and that transparency is so important. And I think Pam Bondi, she's got a tough job because she's got a lot of lawsuits pending.
Yes. Yeah, people don't realize because there are a lot of public, things that have been in the headlines, but there's a lot going on and a lot to clean up. So I have defended her. I wanted to ask you because they were clearly they wanted the show, right? They wanted that show of force. They wanted the intimidation, in my opinion. And that's a piece of it. And they do that. But do you know, did they have body cameras or is there video? And did they take separate video, not just body cameras, of their, I'll say, raid of your home?
Yeah, they do have dash cams, and we got access to those dash cams in the state troopers' cars. We see all that. There's like 3 or 4 of them. None of the troopers or the FBI agents were wearing body cameras. Usually they do. On that day, I think it was an intentional decision not to do it, but there was dash cams. That is all public. We have requested that. We've received that. One thing we have not received, but we have asked the government, and they have to disclose it, is everything that they knew about me prior to the day of the raid. In other words, what was the information they were going off of? Not just the video and the stuff at Planned Parenthood, but what they knew about me. how they made that decision that to bring that amount of armory to this house.
Yes.
Like, what was it about me that told them they were going to need that type of raid that day? So that's all information we have yet to receive. The Commonwealth has been very reluctant to give over anything.
You're
But they
kidding me?
have.
All these years later? That's crazy.
It's
That's
been
ridiculous.
hard to get stuff. Yeah, it's been hard to get it.
Did they bring any media or leak to the media news of the raid that day or within the time frame of your arrest?
I mean, they reported, that day that, I was taken without issue. Nothing was reported prior to that. We did see when we asked the Commonwealth to disclose correspondence between the troopers and the FBI agents, we saw some really, really awful correspondence between these men and women that were joking about coming out of our forest, which is our property, with ghillie suits on. Really just awful behavior. Talking about babysitting that day. Thank you for helping us babysit that day. That was directed to the social worker. So you saw this like this cold reality that they just see it as like, hey, they called themselves American gladiators in this correspondence. And it's just like, my gosh, you don't realize you're destroying lives, right? And your work, which should be noble and arresting bad people, in this way got twisted in such an awful, disgusting way. We saw that, and that was really hard to process. Yeah. That, these are people that, we kind of elevate as, first responders and help our community. Well, these guys they're looking at their job like it was, it wasn't about protecting people. It was about protecting themselves and making themselves look good and building themselves up. And, and I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, nothing was leaked to the media in that spirit, though. It was all prior private conversation.
Yeah, I was just curious in other words, when it was released to the media, how it was released to the media. I think that's telltale. Just from my television news reporter, like my background is, sometimes we've seen this, especially with under Obama and Biden, where they would actually give media a heads up. That's why I wanted to know if anybody in the media was with them when they did the raid, or if they released it afterward, and then what they would have released, when you were in their custody. Because I think that's
nothing that I'm
telltale.
aware of happened like that.
That's interesting. But yeah, it begs the question, to your point, what were these actual agents and officers who were, sent to your home? What were they told? Because, were they told this is a really bad guy? And you know what I mean? Like, what information were they given? Because that certainly, then they are on heightened alert. Do they think that you are armed? Do they think that you could be armed and dangerous? Or that, you know what I'm saying? All of that matters, because that then they have to prepare for their readiness situation. So,
yeah, they knew we didn't have any weapons except Nerf guns in the house. They knew that. I'm not sure the state troopers had fullness of knowledge of what the warrant was for. They were just asked to assist. But the FBI agents all knew that I was unarmed, that I was not a flight risk, that I had ties to the community, that I had no prior records. So all the FBI, DOJ people knew that. However, the state troopers, the sheriffs and stuff, they may not have had all that fullness of it. They were just asked to assist. So, but the interesting thing about that, Dawn, is they're all asked if they want to do it voluntarily. So people looked at it. We even talked with some state troopers who were invited to that raid that day, and they said, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So they all had a sense of what was just and what was not just. And they had an opportunity, because it's overtime for them, for a lot of these guys, to say no to it. Okay. And but unfortunately, the FBI and some of these guys, as they grow in their ranks, they have to fulfill a certain amount of raids before they'll get elevated. So these guys, they're just tacking on, raid after raid so they can get their promotions. So that's what we learned in that process. So it's very cold in that way. It's just, they dissociate with it. They're not really attached to it emotionally. And they have to detach, I guess, if they're going to do that job well.
What's next for you, Mark, personally, and for your entire family?
Yeah, it's been difficult to try and figure out what that next chapter looks like. We did run for Congress. I think my piece with that was not because I wanted to be a politician, but because I wanted justice and I wanted Donald Trump to get elected. And so I think we did that. We executed that well. That plan was certainly well received in the community. Our
Yes.
story had to be shared throughout all of Bucks County. Donald Trump, I think, won Bucks County for the first time since George W. or Ronald Reagan. So I think mission accomplished there. God had a plan there. My prayer life is not good enough to get to Washington D.C. It was the most toxic thing I ever did in my life. I never would do it again. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. It was a civic duty, like I felt a sacred duty doing it. That said, Brian Fitzpatrick, my congressman, who's a fellow Catholic, he smeared me beyond what is reasonable, and I'm still recovering from those damages till this day. Most of my living is based upon lecturing and motivating people in my ministry, and you know what? It's really everything has kind of gone south with that, and I think it has a lot to do with reputation being smeared, disparagement, and what it's called. Dawn is calumny. That's when you intentionally lie about somebody to ruin them, and that's a very destructive thing to do, very sinful thing to do. And unfortunately, our congressman committed that, and I'm not ashamed to say that publicly. That he has no awareness of what he's doing. He just wants to maintain his seat. And this is sadly who we have too many of these guys in politics. So I'm left to kind of figure out life right now, what that looks like for me to provide a living, in a meaningful way for my family. God will provide. I know that. But it's been difficult in that way to just kind of move forward because unfortunately I'm labeled as a felon. Now I'm not a felon. I didn't commit a crime, but
you were acquitted.
Perception's reality, right? So they see accused felon and they just kind of associate felon with you. And you know what? Churches don't want to bring felons into their community. You know what I mean? So it's tough. Even coaching my kids became difficult, Dawn. Like they made that difficult for me. It's like, well, I don't know if we can have you coach your kid. I'm like, what are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. I'm not even guilty of anything, having been acquitted 3 years ago. So anyhow, that's where we are. We just pray and move with prudence. To think big, move prudently. We'll see what God has for us. But I'm still continuing to figure all that out.
Well, we want to keep in touch, and I would love for Mark Jr. to come on, or if your family wants to come here, we'll give you a tour, whatever that looks like. But we want to keep close. Just to leave off, was there maybe a Bible verse or something that spoke to you during this entire time that kind of defined? I think of my Charlie Kirk brain as well, when he would quote scripture, and now it just seems like it's from heaven because we have all these great clips of Charlie Kirk and that whole thing. But is there a verse that your family, that maybe you put it up on the fridge, or that kind of got you through these times of these trials and tribulations, Mark?
Yeah, sure. There's so many. Charlie interviewed me 3 days after, or a week after my acquittal. So, what a great, happy memory that is. But like him, I lead with my weakness and my faith, and God's grace is sufficient. So when I am weak, I am strong. Paul's words, God's strength is sufficient. His power is made perfect in weakness, and we must become little, and these things, and knowing that all things are accomplished in God, and that in Philippians, I can do all things in Him who gives me strength. But I think one of the greatest for me is just knowing that the Lord says, take up your cross and follow me. I mean, it's as simple as that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not called to have like a great experience on this earth, right? Like it's not supposed to be we're supposed to enjoy this time away from where our true home is. Are there temporal moments of happiness? Sure. Is there joy in the midst of the valley? Yeah. In the suffering? For sure. But knowing that I'm called to carry my cross, to imitate Christ, that's the biggest thing for me, is like, look, this is my opportunity to be more like Christ. So I either run from it or I embrace it. So for me, it's just about bearing that cross, embracing that cross. And as I was walking from the DOJ, the federal building down in Philly, 100 yards from Independence Hall, I said to the agent who was the lead agent at my house, I said, "Do you have a heavy cross for me to carry?" And he said, "No, I don't have a heavy cross for you to carry." He said, and that's him right there. And he said, "Well," he didn't answer. And I said, "Well, it's coming." And I knew it was coming. And knowing that God gifts this to you, that he gives you the gift of a cross, and you can see it at the moment as a gift, changes your whole life.
Yeah.
Because most of us run from suffering. But when it's unjust and you have that redemptive element to it, that you carry it despite consequences, despite the results, man, that makes all the difference in the world in your life. And so that'd be my message to everybody. Just take up your cross, follow Christ.
It's a beautiful message. Mark Houck, hope you come back. Can't wait to meet your son. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Dawn. You're great. Thank you for having me.
God bless you, Mark Houck.
God bless you.
Yeah, we'll definitely, the Houck, the entire family, and baby number 8. I don't know, Dan Borowski, maybe with you and Maisie just having your first baby, will you have 8?
I don't think
Is
so.
8 and
That's a lot.
Dan's like, whoa.
Look,
wow.
So we're doing all the preparations for one. He's doing a preparation for an 8th.
Baby 8.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a lot.
That's amazing.
Good
It's
for
a
him.
blessing. That's for sure.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. And thank you to Mark. And thank you for, we had a great conversation with him yesterday. So we look forward to meeting Mark Jr. And thanks for all your comments, too, as I was trying to pass them along. Hey, we got to talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. The all-in-one Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning unit. It's a mini split, as they call it. And they installed that. I told you about that months ago in our basement, lower level. It's a walkout there, but it had poor ventilation, didn't really have the proper ductwork. And we thought, how can we fix this? And we didn't have a solution. And I'm so grateful to Jonathan Cans because we talked about it. He's like, oh, I got this solution. You're going to love this. He was absolutely right. The Mitsubishi, that mini split, it's a game changer. Take advantage right now of all the different tax credits, up to $2,000, as well as all the rebates, up to $1,100 in the rebates, but expiring soon. So take advantage. Just visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwinnett, PA on Wednesday, November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Exciting news from my friends at Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and Dr. Cooley Bentz are thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments. So if you're a patient with complex dental need or a general dentist who could use some backup on those complicated cases, Bentz Prosthodontics is your #1 solutions provider. Visit them at BentzDentalGroup.com to book a consultation today.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/try. QUO.com/try.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah, Jack Chittarelli in the house, live reaction after last night's heated debates. We'll get the inside scoop with Jack. Don't go anywhere. Dawn Show continues right after this.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Below average temperatures continue in the forecast heading into the weekend. Plenty of sunshine today with a high temperature up around 66. A chilly night tonight, mostly clear, low 46 for the city, 30s out in the suburbs. Watch out for some frost in the northwest suburbs. And for Friday, expect a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be cool with a high 64.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
Now that the summer wind has come and gone, come fly with me to the Philly Pops for Luck Be a Lady, the music of Frank Sinatra and Tony Bennett. Hi, I'm Eddie Bruce. Join me and fellow vocalist Kelly LeVeque alongside the incredible musicians of the Philly Pops as we celebrate two of the greatest voices of all time. Don't miss this incredible performance, an unforgettable night of swinging standards, classic hits, and rich arrangements. Tickets are going fast. Visit phillypops.org today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
The holidays are coming. Make your dining room the star with Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20% on dining essentials. Everything you need to gather in style. Experienced staff will greet and guide you through nearly 20,000 unique items in their massive showroom, or navigate at your own pace using QR codes on every piece for instant details. Shop online with code DINING25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom. Open 7 days a week. Now through the 15th. Some exclusions apply.
The talks that formed modern democracy took place in Philadelphia 250 years ago. Now, talks about the future of our democracy are taking place here once again. Visit Philadelphia is proud to host the TED Democracy Speaker Series, a powerful exploration of how we can build a society where everyone has access to education, economic mobility, safety, and dignity. Taking place October 14th at the Penn Museum in University City. Register for this free event today at visitphilly.com/TED.
Listen, Never Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Northwestern. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Rally.
Getting up Sunday morning and making the gravy. And I want to be transparent, Tam. It's gravy, not sauce. It's macaroni, not pasta. But the meatballs, the braciole, and the sausage will be in the pot, and we'll have a Sunday dinner together.
And finally, do you support, Congresswoman Cheryl, a lot of pump your own gas?
No, I really enjoy, I've come into New Jersey on fumes from Delaware, especially when my kids were little and in the rain. So I think a lot of people really love our state laws as they are.
Mr. Chitter.
And Jack, that was the only thing they ever agreed on, which I totally love, because I love anytime we're in New Jersey, I'm like, yes, I don't have to pump my gas. And so I loved that it was the only issue, I think, that you could find common ground between Mikey Sherrill as well as Jack Chitterelli. He'll be coming up. But was that a good moment for him? I think it was like his warmest moment, if I'm from a media perspective, when he said, and he was like so natural. And I just thought, oh man, who can, I love that. My husband does not, Larry Bear can't cook. If he's listening right now, he could. So I was like, oh wow.
Larry just getting shots fired his way.
I know, poor Larry Bear. I love my husband,
I know.
but he can't cook he burns like a pizza. You know what I mean?
You'd think he'd attempt learning, right?
No.
No.
He's like, babe, what's for dinner? He'll order out, but yeah, I just thought that was great. We said we'll have dinner together. It was a great moment, and probably the only nice moment. Man, it got rough. So
you
Jack,
want to hear it getting rough?
Yeah, let's listen.
I think our kids deserve better.
Mm-hmm.
I think the people you got addicted and died deserve better than you. And I'll tell you, tens of thousands here as you published misinformation, as you got more people addicted, as you got paid to develop an app so that more people could get more opioids and die.
I got
but here's
to walk
the
at my
fact.
college graduation. I got to walk at my college graduation.
And I'm
you'll
so
get 15
glad
seconds.
that you then went on to kill tens of thousands of people in New Jersey, including children,
never broke the
as
law.
they got.
I
You
never
just
broke the
broke the
law.
law. In fact, your campaign right now is under federal investigation for how you
No,
illegally
you've
got
broken the
access to
law.
my records. So to say that right now, and I think you're trying to divert from the fact that you killed tens of thousands of people by
You
printing
broke the law.
your misinformation, your propaganda, and then getting paid to develop an app so that people could more easily get the opioids once they were addicted. Families across the state deserve to know more about that.
Mr. Tutorelli, you get 15 seconds.
The difference between me and the congresswoman, I got to walk at my college graduation. I've never broken the law. She had to pay federal fines for breaking federal law on stock trades and stock reporting. And the New York Times reports was trading defense stocks while sitting on the House Armed Services Committee.
And so it's, this got tough, and the back and forth. Just a quick fact check for you of last night's debate, because I looked up anything as far as this allegation that is making headlines in some publications this morning because it was so shocking. First of all, to say somebody tens of that was a horrible accusation. But I was looking up some of the state data, which the opioid crisis is a serious situation, obviously, and something that then Jack Ciattarelli did address that. But I've never known him to be accused of this. Because obviously, if you're creating an app and you put information, just as I will report, for example, when I give you information from the CDC. So were there CDC numbers or pharmaceutical numbers that I might, quite frankly, report? Have they been readjusted? Perhaps, that happens. But the high tragically in New Jersey, as far as the opioid crisis, we had a high of 3,100 people in New Jersey who died of the opioid crisis. So you're looking about 2,800 to about 3,000. So I don't even know, in all honesty, first of all, he was never accused of that. But second of all, to say tens of thousands in New Jersey, just a wildly inaccurate number. It was just really an irresponsible moment. I'm just going to say I thought that was a shocker. And she must have said that like 5 times. So Jack Ciattarelli will be around the corner, and if you have thoughts, 855-839-1210, that number.
He'll be with us any second. He just got held up elsewhere. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
Yes, ma'am.
And as far as this also goes, President Trump, at some point today, within maybe an hour, he's going to hold a cabinet meeting. So I suspect this will be epic. As President Trump, you know how he is. He brings in the media. Maybe it'll be during the Dom show, but President Trump is expected to speak, to my knowledge, other than the clips that Dan has played for you this morning, where he talked on Fox with Hannity last night. I don't believe President Trump has spoken out in a live setting this morning.
So on a daily guidance, it was actually scheduled for 11 a.m. So.
Oh,
yeah.
11. I thought it was noon.
Yeah.
So maybe they're gathering some more information.
Could be.
So I also want to say this from a media standpoint, that there's been so much breaking, but President Trump, I mentioned this earlier this morning on Kale and Company. I love the fact that President Trump will hold these different roundtables with different forms of media, and that he's celebrating something. And this goes back to our founders, if you will. You think about journalism and the First Amendment. President Trump is one of the biggest champions of the First Amendment that I've seen in my lifetime. And that's saying a lot. And even I would say this goes back to 250 years ago. This was something that our founding fathers knew was critical for the republic for which we stand. And so you think about yesterday, President Trump holding a round table with, and I believe one of the people there is somebody who Dan Borowski has has befriended, and somebody who's a young, upcoming citizen journalist. But if not for those brave journalists who have been reporting on these now defined as domestic terrorists, Antifa, whatever you want to say, if not for them and their video, we would really not have a defense, of a video defense of law enforcement and federal workers who are going into their federal facilities, ICE, and what they're facing day in and day out with armed people. They are armed with firearms and knives and so on, and being threatened day in and day out for many, many months. So kudos to those great independent young journalists. Do we have Jack?
No, and he
I
seems
thought
like
you
a
were
very
saying
popular individual. So can we
That's
break
okay.
real quick, and
Okay,
that way we
sure.
can clear the way when he joins?
Yeah.
Break free.
Absolutely. So we'll take the break, but I'll talk about that in the days ahead. As far as those citizen, this is something that I celebrate, because I'm not all like uppity, because I did want to be a journalist since I was 8 years old. I went to a top journalism school, put myself waitress my way through all that stuff. But because I truly believe in journalism and the First Amendment, I love the fact and embrace these citizen journalists. Meg Brock is another one, right? That are now, that have arisen. And to me, I celebrate it, and you should too. 855-839-1210.
Hey, Dawn, let's go now to Jack.
Oh, we have him now? Great. Hey, Jack. Jack Chittarelli, candidate.
Hello, Dawn.
Hey, great job last night, man.
Fantastic
that was rough.
job, Jack.
Appreciate that, guys. It's good to get a few things off your chest in those situations and call your opponent out for some of the blatant lies that we continue to hear all throughout the campaign.
Yeah, I've been doing my own little fact checking of this, and there were, I took my notes from a media standpoint too. We played, just so you know that I know you're making the rounds, so we played the clip of, which I thought was one of, if I were going to say one of your warmest, like warm, cozy moments, impressive, as you talked about, gravy versus sauce. I loved it, Jack. And my husband, Larry Menti, and Larry Bear does not cook. So I give you the victory lap and the celebration for that. That was a wonderful moment.
Well, I appreciate that. It's always nice to be able to have a little bit of fun. Not that I said that anything I said was untrue. I do love getting up on the Sunday morning, preparing the gravy, because, sometime that early afternoon, we're sitting down to Sunday dinner, and we're going to sit there for a couple of hours together.
I know that I will say this, after last night, and she really went on the attack for you, and we've played throughout the morning, Jack, because I'm on the air since 6 o'clock. So from Kale and Company to now with Dan Borowski and myself, we've played a lot of clips. What's your takeaway? And personally, and I'll ask you this, your children, what was the moment where they went, "Oh, Dad, that was the worst"? I got to ask from you know what I mean? What was, "Oh, Dad, that was unbearable. Why didn't you go after her?" You know what I mean? What was that moment where they felt, not you, because I know you have a thick skin and you're a gentleman. What did they say? What was the "Oh, Dad" moment?
Dawn, 2 of my 4 children were there. My Army son is over in Kuwait with the U.S. Army, providing assistance to our allies there, and in particular Israel. And my other son had to work late yesterday. But the 2 that were there did nothing but hug and kiss me afterwards. Said, "Dad, great job." It's great to have the support of my 4 children. It really is. And their mom, Melinda, is also still very, very supportive of me, and I greatly appreciate that. And so, but no, they didn't give me any of it. "Dad, you should have done this. You should have done that." I think where they really felt bad is when she blatantly lied about my very successful career in the medical publishing industry. Mm-hmm. And I'm proud of the job I did in providing for my family.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I meant. What I meant, Jack, was a moment where they had the cringe because some of the attacks were just over the top. So one of another great moment, I thought, was when you were asked, and this was a Univision question. The Univision reporter and anchor actually asked some great questions. The one that
yes, they did.
Right? It was the infrastructure question. You talked about Paterson, New Jersey, and I just wanted to ask you about that because I thought it was a moment that I could tell that you got into it. This is something that you loved answering that question about infrastructure. I don't hear many people talking about this. Can you explain that a little bit? Why you think that was such an important question?
For a couple of reasons. Number one, I really think it's important for state government here, at least here in New Jersey, to get back to the three pillars of state government. The three pillars of state government, Dawn, have always been public health and safety, public education, and infrastructure. And one of the reasons why our state government is so damn expensive is because the Democrats are trying to make it all things to all people, and it can't be. And so with limited resources we have to dedicate to public safety, public education, and infrastructure. And we recently saw that one of our 100-year-old pipes in Paterson went down, and we had people without fresh water, businesses and residents that were down 3-4 weeks without fresh water. The governor never even went there. My opponent never went there. I went there to talk to people and show empathy for their situation and talk about how, Governor, I'm going to fix it. And the other thing that gets me excited about fixing our infrastructure, Dawn, it puts the middle class to work. It's the best jobs program there is. It pays for itself. Think of all the type of people. My dad was one of them, 38 years in the street department for public service gas. It puts the middle class to work. So I get excited when we get back to focusing on how to fix our infrastructure all throughout the state of New Jersey.
You also talk, and you've talked a lot about growing the economy, about, dealing with the property tax issue, and that goes hand in hand with the fixing the schools. Can you talk about that? That's an issue here in Pennsylvania with the with Reggie or whatever anybody wants to call it, but the tough regulations.
We've got to fix the public education system first and foremost by overhauling the public school curriculum. So there's nothing worse than paying a whole lot for something, paying a premium, and the quality sucks. And I believe in too many of our school districts around the state, the quality sucks. You're never going to hear me say the best school system in the country or second best. We don't. If you take out the top 10% performers, which really skew the results, you see an entirely different story. And we're graduating illiterate kids. I mean, 50% of the incoming freshmen in our 19 community colleges, and that's including in counties where there's a pretty affluent community, 50% of the incoming freshmen are in remedial courses, which aren't even eligible for college credit. Now, thank goodness the community colleges take them in, but we got to get back to the basics in our public school curriculum and providing vocational training for the kids that don't want or need to go to college. And at the same time, we got to address the property tax crisis, which pays for our schools. And the way we do that is with a new school funding formula. With a more equitable distribution of state aid to our schools, I can solve, in part, the property tax crisis in New Jersey.
In that, you talked about something that in Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro actually had promised, something that I believe, I wish it were a national program, and that is you talked about vouchers, school choice, Jack, and you talked about, you gave a stat on charter schools I did not know. That was pretty incredible. Can you talk about your belief in why school choice is the answer for making it equal education for every child in New Jersey?
Well, one of the things I always like to point out, Dawn, is the Democrats will always love to portray themselves as the party of the marginalized, the party of the disadvantaged, the party of minorities. Who has school choice? People with money. Who doesn't have school choice? Mm-hmm. People without the financial wherewithal to send their kids to private school. And yet when you look at it across this state, where are our worst performing schools? Where there are significant minority populations. And yet the Democrats will not give them school choice because that's not what the teachers union wants. And the teachers union owns the Democrats, including my opponent. I'm providing school choice to anyone and everyone across the state where a school system is failing. And you get that in the form of vouchers and charter schools. And so the Republicans are all about educational choice. The Democrats are not. But I also think the issue reveals the big lie, the big hypocrisy about the Democratic Party being the party of the small guy and the disadvantaged.
Yeah, you gave, I thought, one question. I thought the moderators, they were trying to stay out of it, but they, in my humble opinion, asked too many Trump questions, which I thought was bizarre, and you handled that well. But the one question I did like, which I think revealed a lot, was you gave Trump an A. I mean, Trump had just secured the peace deal in the Middle East. You were giving him an A. you gave Murphy an F. Your opponent gives Phil Murphy, she gives Trump an F, but she gives Phil Murphy a B. That was a powerful moment, in my humble opinion, to basically say that she believes Phil Murphy did a pretty good job. A B, that's a pretty good grade.
And my goodness, it's been a failure across the board. Look at taxes. They've gone up 8 years in a row. Look at spending. The state budget is up over 60%. Look at housing. We have a shortage, yet in our suburban communities, we've got overdevelopment. Look at public safety. We don't even let our local cops do their job anymore, which is why we got this spike in nonviolent crime, break-ins, car thefts, flash mobs in our malls, flash mobs at the Jersey Shore, public education. We've already talked about slipping from 2 to 12 on the national report card. Look at your monthly electric bill. These are all the failures of the current administration. So for her to give him a B is astonishing to me, and for her to fail to acknowledge what President Trump has done for New Jersey. Temporary halt on the wind farms off the Jersey Shore, beaten up on the New York Democrats over congestion pricing, which impacts us greatly here in New Jersey. He's quadrupled the SALT deduction on the federal tax return. You now can deduct up to $40,000 of your property taxes. That's a big deal for the state with the highest property tax in the nation. The big beautiful bill also doubles the child care tax credit for families with young kids, doesn't tax tips, overtime, and Social Security, and provides a magnificent tax credit for those who send their kids to private school. What the hell is there to vote no on? And yet that's exactly what my opponent did. And in so doing, she was looking to deny New Jerseyans of anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000 a year in savings. That's for middle-class families. That's a lot of money.
And this Friday, we've been promoting this big event. It's tomorrow, actually, already. The week is going by so fast.
Yes.
So a huge event, and you'll be there. Talk Radio 1210, Dom Giordano, Rich Zeoli, a lot of celebrities. I think a few surprises, Jack. What do you say to somebody who's on the fence here? I really hope that they just go and listen and have an open mind and look at the facts, because unfortunately some of these clips, they go viral and people just see a viral clip. What do you say to somebody who's on the fence right now in New Jersey as a voter?
The Democratic Party has controlled the state legislature for 25 years. They've controlled the governorship for the past 8 years. Can you honestly say that you're better off? You're not. And if you elect my opponent, it's just going to be more of the same, only worse. If you want change, you got to make a change. I provide the opportunity for you to make that change, and I've given you very specific ideas, solutions, and policy proposals on how to fix the things that make New Jersey so very broken. Mm-hmm. And so there's my pitch.
Yeah. You know, it was years ago. It was a big Zeoli event, and there was a couple from like Ohio visiting, and you were there. You had just walked in. I said, "Do you know who this is?" And they said, "Oh no, we're from out of town." I said, "This is the next governor of New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli." And I believe that'll come true, Jack. You're a good man. I'm sorry that you had to, some of the really just evil lies. Wow, that was over the top yesterday. You didn't deserve that. You deserve.
Well, Dawn, I'm surprised you had me on this morning, considering, in fact, I'm now single-handedly responsible for having killed more than 10,000 people. I mean, my goodness.
Oh, yeah. And and you're an advocate for you fight for the rights of convicted child rapists. It was like Monty Python. Exactly. Like, seriously, it was, woo. Yeah. You didn't deserve that. Yep. But Jack Ciattarelli, thank you so much. Godspeed. And tomorrow's going to be a great day.
Well, in 25 days, it's going to be an even greater day when we win this election, Dawn. So thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Take care. Be safe. Do we have to take another break?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Be right back.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Tonight, 6:08 Phillies-Dodgers game can be heard on 1210 WPHT and KYW News Radio 103.9 FM and 1060 AM.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Don't miss Martin Waters' 52nd anniversary sale. Celebrate with our biggest savings of the year now through October 31st. 500 off select systems, 100 off a Connecticut K5 drinking station, 40 off UV sterilizers. Enjoy 24-month special financing if qualified. Already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central Pennsylvania locations. For details, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. Sale ends October 31st.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Well, today was incredible. I have to thank our own Dan Borowski. The wife is literally 9 months pregnant. I think Dan worked.
We got a date.
Do you want to announce?
I don't know if we want to
okay,
necessarily.
because you have to ask. Okay, so
well, I mean,
it's exciting.
I think I'd like to, tell Dom too.
Okay,
and,
so
I got friends around here.
Okay.
Probably before I go public, it might be appropriate.
But Dan worked, just so you know, Greg Stocker's off. So Dan double duty, worked like a 15, 16-hour day yesterday and another long one today. So today's Dan Borowski. We love Dan Day.
I appreciate that, yeah. And Maisie, love to you too. She's
Maisie.
working her bum off as she prepares to take her long leave. She's got a consultant that she's getting up to date, and she's got an underling who just returned from leave himself. So a lot going on in the Borowski household as we prepare for some big
It's so exciting.
times ahead. Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. Well,
It's
thank you.
beautiful. You're a good man.
Thank you.
And you know who else is a good man? A mighty good man. He's a
Yes.
mighty good man. I can't sing right now. Dom Giordano.
Well, thank you,
Hey, Tom.
Dawn. What a day. The most important headline, though, you just had Jack on. Last night, I'm sitting there. He blurts it out of nowhere. Gravy, and he adds macaroni. We will play the macaroni part, too. That's part of my speech tomorrow at the big event there. I got to delve. It's the macaroni.
Did you have anything to do with that, Dom? Were you texting Jack? You're
yes,
like, you got to drop
saying,
it.
Just blurt it out. And another thing, Mikey Sherrill, it's gravy.
And then they go right into the whole pumping your own gas, Dom. It's They're Dom Giordano
I
fans,
can't run
think.
for governor there because I think you ought to be able to pump your own gas. Can you see the shot?
Get out of here. Get
If
out.
you said to that guy from New York who was really bad, Tam was good, but the guy from oh my God, that guy, Dawn, you do that job, so you agree with me. Wow.
And Tam was like looking at him. And
Oh, yeah.
He said I think he said election day is like November 14th or something.
Yeah,
Like,
he
oh
did.
gosh.
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
Then he had to look at his paper and say, I want to be sure October 25th, and everybody's, my goodness. All right, Dawn, we have Dave McCormick, Steve Feldman breaking down what the president's doing. Will he get the Nobel Peace Prize? I'm 50-50 on this. What do you say?
Well, being half Norwegian, my
Yes.
people are a bunch of fjuns.
Okay.
Fisketjerings.
Oh, okay. Watch
your language,
If they don't
Dawn.
do it, they got to do
Can you
it.
imagine they give it to some also-ran tomorrow? What Trump's going to say about the person that does get it? Oh,
Greta
my
Thunberg for her trips over to,
Oh, God,
yeah.
yes. How dare you?
It is an amazing Dom show starting right
Thanks,
now.
Dawn.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. And a moment of levity. There's a guy named Josh Barton. With all the big stuff we got today, we're covered on the Middle East. Anybody might pop in on this. This is major, major stuff with Trump. I'll play you Jack Ciattarelli last night, blurting out of nowhere, no, I didn't have a brain meld with him, about gravy and macaroni. Macaroni, too. Take that, Mikey. But Josh Barton is this guy who has like a sports book on serious events of the day. He says Trump is pulled into, for the Nobel Peace Prize, 2-1 odds. Now, you may remember President Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize. It seemed like he was only in office a few months. I'd have to go back and see exactly how many. And they gave it to him for nothing. Trump certainly, there's no doubt about it what's been achieved here. We'll play you cuts of some of the bitterest people in media and politics giving him credit. Well, Henry, if we could play this one first, and then I'll give the Barton thing. Yeah, I wanted to credit in his own inimitable way. This is Fetterman, who I'm convinced, we got Ennis Cantner on. We're going to get Fetterman on when his book is out. This is cut 14.
Here's what Fetterman said about the Nobel Peace Prize.
Do you think the president deserves the Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, I mean, if this sticks, I think the whole point of having a Nobel Peace Prize is for ending wars and promoting peace. And I'm going to make a direct appeal to the president. You know, I hope he chooses to provide the tomahawks to the Ukrainians too, and give them the tools that they need to push back against Russia. And if he brings the Ukrainian war to its end, I'll be the Democrat leading the committee for his Nobel Prize Peace for ending both of these terrible wars.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, still having a little stumble there. I get it with Fetterman with the prize piece. Yeah. All right, here are the odds. Trump is in second, 2-1. Navalny, the wife of the guy who's a hero of mine. Henry, have you ever heard of him? The dissident that Putin killed in prison over the course of a year. He poisoned him. Remember that?
Oh.
Had to get off the plane in Germany and survive that. She's now at 3-1. Doctors Without Borders, 12-1. Let's see. Greta Thunberg. Henry, her response?
How dare you?
16-1. If she loses.
How dare you not give me better odds?
Take that as a cut. All right. Let's see. A lot of these I don't know. But in first place, and this is Barton saying this, and this guy's pretty knowledgeable of how these things go. No slight on them. Sudan's emergency response rooms. Yeah, I think there's a bitter war. There's always a bitter war in Sudan. Their emergency response rooms are going to beat Trump out? Oh, man. I got to put Trump at 50-50 here on this for the Nobel Peace Prize. Bottom line is this. How long have I been saying it? You may have said it too now. Yes, there's a lot of memorable stuff. There's never been a time like this with President Trump. No doubt. The exhaustion factor alone. But the thing that I think is the most apparent, and I witnessed it firsthand in the Oval Office, is Trump's aversion to these unending wars. He's not going to put Americans in harm's way, and he is going to try to get peace, even in situations. I mean, are we going to get Gaza in the way that 20 Point is with Hamas? I still don't see it. I don't want to be a cynic, but I'm going to, I can't, get away from the way I see it. But he's gotten them to agree, and the Israeli parliament will ratify that. And then we'll have the first phase, the hostages getting out, and the stand down of the war. So all the people complaining about Gaza, why are they not saluting Trump today? Well, a few in the media are, but many of the Democrats, progressives, they're still not going to do that. They just won't hear of it. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get in. Now, last night's debate, I want to play this before I forget because we got all these heavy-duty things. But I'm sitting there watching intently, flipping back and forth with stuff. Mind meld with Jack. Jack, say it, Jack, say it. Will it come up? And this guy, this anchor from New York, is as bad as I've ever seen it. My God. But they asked one of these questions about something about you. Tell us something about you, Mikey. Well, I never thought I'd like my kids' sports games, she called them. Oh, yeah, I could see her. A question about those sports games. What's a pickoff move?
Run the pick six play.
Yeah, exactly. Can you diagram that for us? My goodness. They had to ask about the gas thing, too. I guess you had to ask that. But they asked Jack Ciattarelli, and out of nowhere, he starts getting into the really good stuff about gravy and macaroni.
What is something about you, Ms. Sherrill, that most voters do not know?
Oh, let's see. I think my favorite things, and I've learned this over time, is going to my kids' sports games.
Doubtful.
I used to dread it, but now I really do enjoy that.
Mr. Ciattarelli.
Getting up Sunday morning and making the gravy. And I want
Yes!
to be transparent, Sam. It's gravy, not sauce.
Yes!
It's macaroni, not pasta.
Yes!
But the meatballs, the braciole, and the sausage will be in the pot, and we'll have a Sunday dinner together.
And finally, do you support, Congresswoman Sherrill, a lot of pump your own gas?
No, I really enjoy. I've come into New Jersey on fumes from Delaware, especially when my kids were little and in the rain. So I think a lot of people really love our state laws as they are.
Mr. Chitterelli.
We have too many dubious distinctions, Tam, and I'll fix great many of those. But one of our special differences here in New Jersey, we don't have to pump our own gas. Jersey girls don't like to pump their own gas. We'll continue to have full service.
Oh, my God. All right, stab to the heart right there with that. But out of nowhere, the gravy. Waking up Sunday morning, he was waiting to put the gravy line. They must have tested that. And I like how he says, because I never remember this being a thing, macaroni and pasta. I know he said it before. Boy, Jack is really precise on this. Don't be calling it pasta here.
It's very firm on that stance.
Very firm. Now, we hope to have him on tomorrow. I don't know if he can pop by Mulligan's, but at Mulligan's, and Roe has the ballots all ready to go. You'll have your chance to vote. Is it Taylor ham or is it pork roll? Now, in this one, we're predicting if we get one Taylor ham voter, there's going to be people from central and upstate New Jersey, we think, North Jersey. So, we might get a couple there. And we have people here that'll just be fuming. But that was great stuff last night. I'll play it later because I want to get to the Israel stuff. But Jack also, the difference on day one, what is he going to do to have the state be more affordable? And he talked about his third big thing. His first is no sanctuary state. It would be to unleash energy to drive down cost. What's Mikey Sherrill? What did she promise to do on her first day, first action? Sue President Trump. You can't make this stuff up. Yeah, go get him, Mikey. Well, I now do like my kids' sports games, whatever they are. What are the odds that kids are soccer players? What are the odds on that? I'm just saying. They seem pretty high to me.
Yeah, that's where my mind immediately goes.
Yeah, that's where it goes. The sports games, soccer, they killed a lot of grass. Okay. Trump is not the favorite to win the Nobel Peace Prize. I don't know about the other 7 claim. I do know, though, he has intervened using unorthodox tactics. And in this, it's obvious he turned much of the world against Hamas. And he pushed back on Netanyahu to see they can make a deal here. And it is working. I think the hostages are going to get out. I think the Gaza war stand down will happen. Now, as far as next steps, they'll be harder. But this is an unbelievable achievement. Here is, we played you Fetterman. Here is, let's see, do we have John Meacham? Yes. Here is the stuffed shirt himself, John Meacham, historian extraordinaire. I'm saying that mockingly. Here's what Meacham said about Trump.
I guess I should ask you, how historic is this?
Well, as ever, depends on how the chapter ends, but the beginning of the chapter is remarkable. And one of the things about honesty and citizenship and a sense of, I would say, maturity about what people in a democracy should do is, even if someone with whom you disagree about 99 things does the 100 really well, you should say so, because that's what intellectual honesty is. And so all credit to President Trump and his, as you say, unconventional team. But if it takes an unconventional team, that's fine, right? I remember once asking the senior President Bush after something terrible had happened. It's a sign of something that I can't remember what it was after he'd been president.
All right, that's enough. Well, I got the main
COVID.
shot. So the stuffed shirt himself, the historian. Now, that other guy, the guy that really went off the deep end, the other historian, not Brinkley. There's the other one. Name will come to me. He hasn't said anything yet. But Meacham on board, Fetterman. There's a whole lot of them, including CNN's big show last night. Okay, let me give you the side question. Told you about it yesterday, and this is usually a barn burner. We did it a couple years ago. We're headed to Jersey tomorrow, noon until 3, Mulligan's, Fox and Friends with the Deuce. Steve Ducey is going to be over there at the Vegas Diner, and the Vegas Diner is on the corner of where we stay.
Oh,
when
really?
When we're summering in North Wildwood.
Huh.
Yeah. I had nothing to do with it. I like the Vegas Diner, though.
Maybe a recommendation.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't call and say, all right, Dom, who do you know in North Wildwood? I would have been happy. I would have said, oh, well, you got to do the Fox and Friends breakfast show from Mulligan's. I mean, is there any doubt? Yeah, but it's a bar. It doesn't matter. Come on. All right. So it's at the Vegas Diner. I'm not sure the other Fox shows that will be there, but there's going to be a lot of Fox coverage. So we are looking with something that's associated with Jersey, person, place, or thing. I'm going to take off the board Jersey tomatoes, which is one of the real upside, which is true. They are better.
100%.
And I'm going to take off the board Jersey diners. I think they are better too, at least as far as the vibe and all that. I'm going to leave it out there in the ether because when I look up a list the other day of this, Bruce Springsteen's name was on there. I'm not putting him on there.
We know who will.
If this were 20 years ago, if this were 20 years ago when he wasn't as fraudulent in the whole story of Jersey, I would have. So I'm sticking with diners and tomatoes at this point. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, Dom. So this week we've been debating whether it's pork roll or Taylor ham. And obviously that's a debate that encapsulates Jersey. How about another debate about New Jersey? Is there a central Jersey? That debate is so you disagree. You don't think there's a central Jersey?
I don't think there is.
I think there has to be a central Jersey.
I know why, logically. But remember, this isn't logic.
Yeah, that's fair. There might not be any logic, but there has to be a central Jersey, because if there's no central Jersey, then there's no New Jersey, because the north part of New Jersey is basically the suburbs of New York. Southern part is basically the suburbs of Philadelphia. So if there's no central Jersey, then I don't think there's a New Jersey in there.
I get what you're going. Yeah. And I would say it's just one of those things that seems the oddest when it came up 8-10 years ago. Somebody saying, here's where Central Jersey is.
Yeah.
There was big trouble.
And I never heard it until I went to college. I went to college with people from Jersey, and they're like debating back and forth. I'm like, all right, you guys can do this.
Yeah, I know.
I'll stand over
it's
here.
a great Jersey debate. That's a really good one. All right, so we're looking. Sean, do you have one? Anything associated with Jersey? Do you? Okay, we'll come back.
The one that I got is I'm gonna go with Jersey Mike's, and their all famous Chipotle cheesesteak. I love their cheesesteak, man. Like that's probably the only thing I would really say, because like I'm from Philly, and a lot of people would be like, you don't like Philly cheesesteaks? I'm like, yeah, I love Philly cheesesteak, but Jersey Mike cheesesteak, the Chipotle cheesesteak is really good.
Got something going.
Okay. So I gotta go with that.
All right,
you know?
I got
All right, watch it. You were in Philly. We had a guy sitting in your seat wearing a Rangers jersey. Now I get the vibe you're saying the Chipotle cheesesteak might be better than the Philly cheesesteaks. Oh, man. All right.
It'd be our little secret.
Yeah, a little secret. Let's keep that on the down. Yes. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is push pound 1210. You heard us talk about Mulligan's. Tomorrow it's going to be on fire. We got all kinds of great people coming. And we want you there, too. And then, Rich, over at the Seaport, wow, this is getting national attention. Prediction, we could hit 2,000 people there tomorrow, which for a governor's race rally is unprecedented. Matt Rooney will be here to break it all down. Mike Donahue and Matt have been the architects of this, and Rich Cioli, it's been nuts. Unbelievable. All right, phone lines. Get in early. Something or a person or a trend that you say, that's Jersey. That's how you get it. I got a bunch on my list I'll take off. I'm going to wait, though. And congratulations to Jack in the debate last night. When he went down Broadway with gravy and then added macaroni to it, I was waiting for pork roll. And it's divided. The North says Taylor ham.
They should ask that question anyway. You have to be firm in one camp.
Yeah, take one camp. Yeah, they would have dodged that one. All right, it's 855-839-1210.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All righty, let's do that then. That's tomorrow, anyhow, in Wildwood. What a festival. Fox there, Fox and Friends, a Vegas diner. Oh, man. I don't think I'll get there early enough for Fox and Friends, but, it's right on our corner. Nothing to do with it. When they sent their scouts out, I wonder who told them, go to the Vegas diner. Get the home fries.
Scott Pressler, maybe?
No, I don't know. I don't think he knows Wildwood. He's using a GPS, Scott. He's
True.
Yeah. All right. Hopefully we're going to have Scott over there tomorrow, too, at Mulligan's. I wanted to play this for you. You may have missed it at the end of the show yesterday, and Henry tracked it down that this woman, Joelle Phillips from Philadelphia, has won an Emmy for makeup, big-time makeup artist, like the top of the line. She's also done it for Fox 29. Here's what she said on TikTok about getting back at ICE, and listen for it, how easy it is to go after the kids of somebody who's in ICE. Here's Joelle from Philly.
Hi, ICE agents have children too. Most of them have children too. And it's not as hard as you think to figure out who they are, where they go to school, their names. It's not hard at all.
All right, so we're keeping our eye out to see if she's going to work at Fox 29 and other places, going after the kids of ICE. But Trevor Noah doesn't let it stop him. He gets $1 million for his nonsense. You know what? I'm not sure if I had the right cut for Noah here. I wrote down cut 40. I couldn't have possibly ordered 40 cuts.
I got it. No, it was only 30 today.
That's cruel and unusual punishment.
I got it here.
Okay, so here's Trevor Noah trying to play out. I get tired of this argument. Who are you to say there's not funny in everything? So he's making his shtick that how come freedom of speech doesn't apply when it comes to Charlie Kirk. Here's Trevor Noah.
Meanwhile, here, comedians are shitting themselves. Don't say anything about Charlie Kirk. I wasn't going to say anything about, but don't say anything about Charlie. I wasn't going to say anything about Charlie Kirk, but don't. There's nothing funny about it. Oh, now you tested me. I mean, there's nothing funny about it? You can't say there's nothing funny about it. No, there's nothing fun. No, don't say that, because as a comedian, I'll be like, I'm sure there's something funny about it. The guy was shot while defending guns. Do you understand how? I'm not even writing that as a joke. As a human, you have to admit that is an incongruous, funny thing that happens. You are there, you're like on stage, and you're like, let me tell you why people should have guns. Wapa!
All right, then. That's Anthem, and all those people laughing. Let's see when a comedian tells a joke that's incredibly inappropriate, brutal, in their bailiwick, in something that they think you can't be joking about. Okay? It just does not end up well. Constantly to go down this camp. They can't let it alone. And I'm not saying you can't comment on Charlie Kirk, but jokes about this, I think you're going to see on Tuesday, the celebration of his birthday is going to be amazingly big. We're going to celebrate by going to Scott Presler each hour, who will be over in Doylestown registering voters. And I don't know, maybe saying hello to Diane Marseglia if she comes in the right door. Wouldn't that be interesting? When Marseglia told him, bring it on. Now, that's a debate I'd like to have. Marseglia and Scott Presler.
I'd pay to see that.
Oh, man. Yes, I would too. Well, Frank Scales and Larry Krasner, I would pay.
It sounds like we're setting up a fight card here.
Yeah, because you know what it is with Scales? And he's going to be at Mulligan tomorrow, of course. Frank is not only intelligent, quick on his feet, he gets the entertainment value, but he has a calm demeanor. He doesn't get worked up. He's like Suarez last night. He doesn't have a heartbeat. Yeah, the first guy up hits a home run, and he just takes the ball back and keeps on throwing. Yeah,
he knew Topper jinxed him. He just had to keep pitching.
Oh, man. And, the strategy and Knowles saying, oh, that was great. I knew I was just going to go one time around. They were going to take me out. I don't know about that.
I agree with the decision. I had to argue it with my friends last night, but I agree with it.
His stuff looked pretty good to me. And, the blunder behind him, he didn't let it affect him as he sometimes does. So, yeah. All right, it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Now, here's one more on Israel and Trump. This was on the Abby Phillips show. They had that obnoxious congressman from New York, who I think is a Nepo baby, Goldman, on. And they were talking about, don't we have to give credit to Trump? And actually, I'm not sure if Phillips said, several people on CNN have said Biden never could have gotten this done. Biden just didn't have the will to push the Arabs, and he didn't have the will to push Netanyahu. Trump, by unorthodox methods, you can imagine the deals here, got this where Hamas, at least on this part, had nowhere else to go. Now, the other stuff down the line, I'm still skeptical you can make that happen in Gaza. But even this is remarkable that it's happening. Here's what they said on the Abby Phillips show on CNN.
Middle East and the Arab League is invested in.
Why do you think that this was not doable when President Biden was in office?
I think the biggest problem that the President Biden had is there was no pressure from Qatar, from Turkey,
Why?
from Egypt. They were actually facilitating in many ways what was going on. And that is really ultimately how it all came together.
So, I mean, but I think by saying that, it's sort of an acknowledgement Trump has changed that dynamic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I think
absolutely.
that.
I mean, he's clearly.
I don't know how he,
changed
you know, and I think there's a lot that remains to learn about what prompted that change. But I do agree, yes, somehow, some way that changed. What also changed is that there was a humanitarian aid blockade under Trump's administration, which Biden never allowed to happen, and that really set Israel back significantly.
Well, I think we're looking at the difference between appeasement versus leadership. At this point right now, what we got is the Trump administration is truly leading on the world stage and is not afraid to say we insist on this as opposed to appeasing for this, and that's a vast difference. And the Middle East responds well to that.
Yes, I was.
Peace through strength. And usually when you say peace through strength, that means boots on the ground. But Trump is not going to do that in these, smaller, unending wars and all that. The Iranians thought, nuclear facility, what are you going to do about it? You saw the American technology, American soldiers, Air Force expertise, what they did about it. They took it out. That's what this is about. The difference is overwhelming. Even the biggest critics have to concede on this. This is something giving Hamas that you just now, I'll be watching till we actually see the hostages and all, but I have to say now, I think it's going to happen. Will we get the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow? I would lean towards still no. That's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. It takes up the oxygen out of everything. We're also going to be talking about what's happening in Wildwood tomorrow in the governor's race. And after that debate last night, I think there's even more momentum for Cettarelli. Imagine Mikey Sherrill accusing him of killing thousands of Jerseyans by publishing disinformation about opioids. That was her major, and Jack's, I've never been convicted of any crime or charged with it, as you have. And I got to walk at my college graduation. You did not. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Joe Borelli, former city councilman. You see him on national news from New York. He was the minority leader in New York. A lot about Mondami and this whole peace process. But he has been on national TV, one of the biggest defenders of President Trump. I'm going to ask him about that and where we are today. But we'll take your calls, too. Something associated with Jersey. Hey, let's talk first, though, about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist extraordinaire, Dr. Robert Bentz. Exciting news, too, from my friends at Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and Dr. Cooley, Bentz's wife, they're thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team. That's right, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Now, Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments for the most complex dental challenges. There's no place like it, the care you get there. And I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, really happy with the results, what his team and he have done for me and my oral health, all the upgrades I told you about. Get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Just call and schedule your appointment now, 610-272-6949. That's the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. BENTZdentalgroup.com, BENTZdentalgroup.com.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Below average temperatures continue in the forecast heading into the weekend. Plenty of sunshine today with a high temperature up around 66. A chilly night tonight, mostly clear, low 46 for the city, 30s out in the suburbs. Watch out for some frost in the northwest suburbs. And for Friday, expect a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be cool with a high 64.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano show. For quite a while, I've admired his work on CNN, and I think he was once on Newsmax. He was in studio. I'm just the person in Philadelphia that pops in. Joe Borelli, former minority Republican leader in New York, and quite a voice on CNN, and quite a analyst of Mamdani in New York. What a day to have him on. Let's go to Joe. Hey, Joe, big fan of your work, particularly we're friends with Scott Jennings. And you sit in his chair many nights, and you do a great job with Abby Phillip.
Oh, yeah. I bill myself as the Timu Scott Jennings because, not many people can really, give the pounding that he regularly gives the guests on that show.
Yeah, I think they sometimes fire back after he's not in that chair. They turn to that chair, and you're in it. So, Joe, first item of business with this news, which is historic, even at this level with the hostages, et cetera. What has Mamdani done, and how does this play with him, given what he's about?
Well, look, anytime there's peace in the Middle East, I would imagine he's upset about because this didn't end up with from the river to the sea, which is, of course, the eradication of the state of Israel. He's been a part of protests that have demanded that. He's been in groups chanting that, and I wouldn't be surprised if today is not seen as somewhat of a loss for him. Look, on October 7th, when most normal politicians, even the ones that aren't fans of the state of Israel, they put out statements, it was simply to remember the atrocities and the dead of that day, the people who were murdered.
Right.
Not Mamdani. He had to go into how it was, basically Israel's fault and it's horrible, but we can't forget how bad Netanyahu is. No, there's no but when it comes to murdering thousands of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see on your Twitter, you talked about there's a big budget gap in New York, bigger than usual. How will this guy govern when he's going to give away free stuff that he says saves $8 billion with an austerity budget? Joe, looking here from Philadelphia, though, I think he's going to win. What would prevent him from winning, do you think?
I think he's got the leg up. This is a city with 6-1 Democrats to Republican enrollment, a lot of independents, but unfortunately the Democratic line is the heavy get for this race. We've never had a scenario, though, where a former governor who's popular and unpopular, depending on who you ask, but we've never had a scenario where a former governor, essentially an incumbent, a household name, is running on the same ballot. So the conventional wisdom is that Mamdani's, got this locked up, but you never know. Cuomo really could mount a serious challenge. I'm one of those people, by the way, who diehard Republican, but if our nominee, Curtis Sliwa, is not in second place on the day I go to vote, I'm not voting for him. I'm not going to light my vote on fire. I'm going to vote for who's ever in that second place position just to avoid the likelihood of a socialist mayor of this city.
I hear you, and you're there, and I'm here, Joe, but I would tell you, does this not? And look, I understand as a New Yorker and common sense with this guy. This helps us big time, though, in the midterms if this guy is elected, because even the media keeps on going and asking other Democrats at this point, what do you think about this guy?
Yeah, I mean, and we see it right in New York State and in New Jersey. Mamdani has popped into the ads and the social media attacks of Democratic candidates in Nassau County, which is one of the biggest counties in New York on Long Island, a suburban county executive race. And he's gotten some play in the New Jersey governor's race with Jack Ciattarelli and some ads sort of tying him to Mikey Sherrill and sort of the same policies. So he's going to be the boogeyman, the gray face on every, ad. You get those ads in the mail, those little palm cards, and you get that scary, black and white image of the boogeyman. I bet you next year we'll see it as Zohran Mamdani, just like we did 4 years ago with AOC.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Joe, one of the things that comes up that I've seen you in action the most on the CNN thing that you've been the go-to on is the president sending troops into places like Portland, Chicago, et cetera. And somehow or another, Democrats are spending a lot of money. They're telling their candidates the ticket to beat Republicans on crime, like Trump, is more and more gun control and emphasize the trafficking of guns. When you're on with those people in the panel I ask Scott this type of stuff too. Are they in so much of a bubble that they don't see this is a principal losing issue for them, the issue of public safety and crime?
It's not even that they're in a bubble. They're willfully ignorant. We all read the same polls. At least we all have access to the same polls, which show the Democratic Party's position and standing on crime and immigration and sort of all the tertiary issues that go with crime. It's in the tank. And it's always bizarre to me. Right? One of the things I find most odd is that you have the mayor of Chicago who seems to have another priority that's in his top spot. That's not the fact that 200 children are shot every year in Chicago, right? If that was the mayor of New York, I really do believe Eric Adams would make this his forefront issue, that children were being shot on street corners all over the darn city, and yet we just don't see that from Brandon Johnson. And that just echoes what we're seeing across the country, that there's willful ignorance about the problem, about who's committing the problem, and about what we should do with people who are violating our most violent laws.
Put your hat on as a guy who's in the ring with the media type where it's not a home court advantage for you. Shutdowns are not a home court advantage for Republicans, even if they do nothing, and we know Democrats are doing them. The buzz in the media right now is that we've come to a point where Democrats now are slightly in control. I usually would dismiss that. Are Republicans getting wobbly? What's your sense of how the shutdown's going?
I think there's a fair case to be made that both parties suffer politically the longer the shutdown goes. I mean, that's just probably the truth when you poll the American public, whether you poll this week or next week, however long it goes. The Democrats do have a position. They do have a somewhat of an advantageous position in that you need 60 votes in the Senate to move the bill. The problem is Hakeem Jeffries and his allies in Congress are being offered most of what they want. Mike Lawler walked up to his office the other day with a bill, basically guaranteeing the ACA subsidies would continue for another year, just as they are while they're renegotiated, and he turned it down because they'd rather entrench themselves and get their viral moments on TV than actually put their heads together, get to work, and solve problems for the American public. That's why the government shut down. Republicans, remember, just go back to where this started. Republicans passed a clean CR in the House, just like Democrats have voted 13 times in the past, identical to 4 times before this. And the Democrats said, nope, we're going to draw the line in the stands. We'd rather have the gun to Republicans' head and negotiate that way than actually negotiate in good faith on what's better for the American public.
Absolutely. Joe, where's the best place to find you, and when are you back on CNN?
I'll be back on today at 6:40 with Jake Tapper, but most people can hear more rational conversation on Twitter or Instagram at Joe Borelli NYC.
Joe, thank you very much. I'll salute you the next time I see you on Newsmax if I'm there with you.
Absolutely. Look forward to it.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much for coming on today. Joe Borelli. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Senator Dave McCormick. He's got a lot to say about the shutdown, but more about Trump and the Middle East. He's been there several times. What are his thoughts on this historic day? That's next with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? And not just the brands you've heard me mention like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, but almost any other brand you can imagine. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
It's Philly sports, but to music. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to World Cafe Live in University City and the Cardinal O'Hara High School in Delaware County, November 19th and 22nd.
The music, the singing, you laugh, you tear it up.
Come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. It's just an amazing event.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to World Cafe Live and Cardinal O'Hara High School, November 19th and 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, momentarily here with Dom, we should hear from Senator Dave McCormick. Turning Point USA has just announced, as we were predicting, there is going to be an All-American halftime show. We don't know the platform yet. Henry and I are just looking at it. But look at this question. And I'd ask you this. You can call in when you're calling in. You just tell me when you're calling in with your Jersey thing. Which music genres would you like to see featured? So genres, choices, anything in English. All right. Americana. I don't know that that's a genre. Who would be an Americana artist?
I actually don't know.
Yeah, well, let's look up that as a genre. Classic rock, country, hip-hop, pop, or worship. Wow.
I have a feeling it's going to lean towards classic rock.
You think so? Yeah,
I feel like all the people who complain about the halftime shows are the people that are like, I want the Who back out there. I want these guys.
Something like that. Yeah. So this is happening. We don't know what the platform is. I'm surprised they didn't. I can't be online. That won't work. But I told you this is going to happen. And the goal with the NFL, you're not going to beat their halftime show or come close or anything like that. But if they take away, if they pack some really interesting angles to this, I still think Trump's got to be involved and YMCA. But worship, are people going to tune away from the NFL halftime show? Let's set the over and under. In the United States, how many people, do more people watch the halftime show in the U.S. than watch the game? I would think so.
Yeah,
I have a lot more women.
There's definitely a sect of people that are watching the game just for the halftime show.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So it's got to be what, a couple 100 million? No, we're only 320 million. Is it about 150 million people watch?
I would say at least, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's still half the country. If they could get 5 million people to watch their halftime show, I would say that's a success.
127.7.
Okay,
watched last
127.
Year.
All right, what would hurt the NFL? Now, if they got 20 million people to watch this, even the NFL's got to go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Because advertisers are in there. The NFL is promising them, we got 127 million last year. You want to be in that halftime show. Any idea what Super Bowl cost last year? Per 30 or per 60? Probably 5 to 10 million. Depending on where it is. Halftime show, it might be, I don't know if there's any break there, but there's a break leading into it. That would be a good spot to be.
30-second Super Bowl spot costs an average of $8 million.
$8 million. Okay, it might be more if you're leading into the halftime show. Coming out of it, I don't know. So the NFL is, promising them you're going to be in the 125 million range or more. We're not talking around the world. We're just talking here. And here, Turning Point puts on something that takes away 5 to 10 million people. Do they have the power to do that? All right. Let's go straight away, Henry, as soon as he's ready, as soon as we have him landed here. Really want to talk with Senator Dave McCormick today. He's been to the Middle East. He's seen it all, the shutdown, and also what he has coming up. 855-839-1210. That's how you grab a line. Again, let's go to Senator Dave McCormick. Senator, always good to have you, but today's a particularly great day to have you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me, as always.
So, Senator, the Middle East today, President Trump, what is the secret sauce here? We know how unorthodox Trump is. He's the only one probably that could have done this. We know that Biden couldn't, but you've been there. You know the players. What's your sense of what it took to do this to this point?
Yeah, it is a remarkable moment and a remarkable breakthrough. So, we should pause on that for a minute. I was just with a number of hostage families 2 days ago, and there was this gleam of hopefulness. But here we see 48 hostages potentially on the way home, 28 of those unfortunately deceased, 20 we think alive. But more than that, a huge breakthrough. And it would not have happened without Trump. And to your question, it was so many things that set the table. It was the unequivocal support for Israel in destroying Hamas. It was the very candid view that we need to do more on the humanitarian front to help women and children in Gaza. It was the unbelievable relationships with many of the Gulf countries, many of the, everybody from Turkey, Ottoman, a Muslim country, to Egypt, to Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. It was the incredible American support for the attacks on Iran's nuclear capabilities. All of those things together are the ingredients that made this possible. And wouldn't happen without Trump. And, listen, we've got to make sure we get through phase 1 and on to phase 2. But I think we're on the brink of transformational change in the Middle East, a potential end to a conflict that's been in place for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. And I think it's the various pieces, the personal relationships, and the creativity of President Trump that's put us in this place. You saw a little bit of it in the first administration, or more than a little, with the Abraham Accords. But what's happening here is it's epic and transformational.
The thing, the one time I was in the Oval Office when members of Congress were coming in, Senator, I was there with two other talk show hosts. It was after 6, I think, and they were coming in to try to convince President Trump to put more boots on the ground in Syria. I think his biggest legacy, aside from everything else, is no unending wars, peace through strength, but not necessarily putting American lives in these random situations constantly that we can't get out of. Do you share that?
Totally.
That's his, and it's underrated because of all the other stuff he does.
Well, and it's the thing, you don't see the benefit of it clearly because it's not the conflict that you could have been in is not happening. But yeah, I totally agree with you. So and sometimes people get confused about what he's saying on that. So I don't think there's been anybody in decades as a president that's used American power and influence on the world stage so creatively to pursue peace, to pursue American interests. So don't misunderstand any of that is isolationist, but he's got a very clear view of how to use leverage and American power to bring about peace around the world. We see that in a number of conflicts, but most notably in what's happened in the Middle East. But he also is using American power to advance American interest, and there's lots of elements of American power beyond deploying troops on the ground. And I think I've actually talked to him about this. I think the idea of sending young men and women into harm's way is absolutely to him, something that he wants to avoid and only do so in the most extreme circumstances. So I think that's ability to use power, ability to use leverage, wanting America to engage on the world stage, but do it in a way that's smarter, more creative, without putting troops in harm's way. I think that's the mantra, and he's done it. I think he's done it brilliantly.
Absolutely. Now, the shutdown, which is harder maybe than even the Middle East to get through, and you have a good pipeline. You and John Fetterman get along well, even though you differ on things, and he seems to see the same thing here. What breaks this shutdown? What do you see happening?
Well, I think it's of the many dumb things I've encountered since I've been in Washington, this may be the dumbest. I mean, the idea that you're going to shut down the government to try to use that as a tool for negotiation, and really that they're trying to stick it to President Trump because they don't like his agenda. This is Schumer's shutdown, and it absolutely defies common sense. Don, if you'll have me back on the program at some point, if the Democrats are in the majority or in the White House, I will say the exact same thing. I will be like Fetterman. Exactly. It never makes sense to shut down the government.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you this, though, just to open this up. I don't know you overwhelmingly, but I have a pretty good handle on it with all these conversations and your comeback from the Senate race, et cetera. How does a guy like you, so successful in this, and you just said it, take it in Washington? I sit here and I just could not take the stupidity, the pace, et cetera. You're a guy who just accomplishes things, but you're calm about it on the surface. You must go home with your wife and share that and go, that's it. That's it.
I have to spend at least an hour in the gym every day to get rid of a lot of frustration and it is so dumb and so childish. And here is a case where and this is what the infuriating part is, the people that are getting hurt by this. I mean, Schumer said today, I don't know if you saw this, Tom, said today that it's getting better every day for Democrats. Well, you know who it's not getting better for? It's not getting better for the air traffic controllers, the TSA, the Border Patrol. If you're a young private in the Army, you're making a little more than a wife and a child.
Right.
You are living paycheck to paycheck. They're going to stop getting paid on October 15th. So this is just the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And I think what's happening is the fringe left have hijacked the leadership on the Democratic Party, and in particular in the Senate, and they're in a cul-de-sac. It's like the one thing you don't want to get into when you're in the Army is a cul-de-sac, because there's no way out, and they're just not able to see the path through common sense, and they're trying to blackmail the Republicans to approve trillions of dollars of new spending and going back on some of the things we passed in the big beautiful bill, allow illegal immigrants access to health care. Killing the rural health care fund, which was a big deal for Pennsylvania. We're struggling in rural health care. This is just as dumb as you can get, and it's mean-spirited, and it's going to hurt a lot of people that don't deserve it. And that's the frustrating part about it.
Exactly. What's the next big thing for Dave McCormick here in Pennsylvania? What are you up to next, short term, next few months or so?
Well, the big thing I was hoping to do, we'll see if I'm able to continue. I had a set of visits planned next week with the NIH director to Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. As you know, we're an innovation hub for healthcare, and we're a big recipient of NIH funding. And there's lots of great inventions, lots of great people in Pennsylvania that are driving that innovation. And so we were going to talk about reforming NIH and the way to make sure that money was used for the public health and so forth. So if the government stays shut down, I'll be here. We probably won't do that, and we're going to get the damn thing started again, get the government up and running, and then we can get on with the people's business, which is what they elected us to do. And that's why, if you're a listener, I'm sure you're frustrated. I share your frustration. I voted 6 times, I think 7 times today, to keep the government open, and we're just not there yet.
Absolutely. Well, you came through of exactly what I think has to go through your mind, but you're doing a brilliant job at it. Pennsylvania, when you ran, we talked about this, is no longer a backbencher. It's right there in the top echelon of states when it comes to national politics, and a large measure goes to you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you very much. Senator Dave McCormick here on Talk Radio 1210. Coming up, big 1 o'clock hour. I got to get one on board here. I've been promising. Let's go to Bill in Bucks. All right, Bill, what do you have today on the side question?
Well, let's see. The Beach Boys had California girls, but we got Jersey girls.
All right, yes. Yeah. And Jersey girls apparently don't know how to pump gas. What's up with that?
I don't know. But Chiarelli did a great job last night. I just wanted to say that.
Oh, he did.
Too bad I can't vote for him.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill. He did. He did a great job, particularly, as I said, out of nowhere, the gravy thing starts. And he was inviting Tamla, come over, the braciules in there and all this other stuff in there. And the macaroni, too. I didn't know that was a Jersey thing. All right. Coming up, we're going to talk with a friend of the show, Christian Toto. Henry and I were talking about this DiCaprio movie coming out that is seen as irresponsible by some, others as not quite that. But we'll take your answers on the side. Got a lot more, too, as this unveils itself today with what's going on with Israel. And we didn't even get to the big conference on Antifa yesterday, including one woman who was there who said she feels she's more attractive now since she became a Trump supporter. All right. They said it. How did Trump reply to that? 855-839-1210.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/try. QUO.com/try.
It is downtime. So yesterday, and this is the genius of really getting at an issue that the American public wants to hear about, I think. This Antifa roundtable yesterday with a bunch of people who have battled against them in Portland and other places. A few that we've had on, Andy No, who was almost, I don't know about killed by them in Portland, but really severely attacked. Savannah Hernandez, who was on when she came here to Kensington. We've talked with her. And there was this woman who is an independent journalist yesterday there who talked about her Trump derangement syndrome. And then when she got out of that, she feels more attractive. Henry, oh, yeah, here it's Cut 25. Her name is Brandy Cruz. She covers a lot of this in Portland. Here's what she said yesterday.
Give me 1 second. I'm
Sure.
still coming through these cuts here.
Yeah, cut 25.
Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, all right. We'll
Here,
come
here
back.
it is.
Okay, here she is.
I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes.
Trump, very attractive. Oh, my God. He was singed for that. Okay, independent journalist. And a cop buddy of mine sent me this, reminding me, and we talked about this guy, the guy in Yardley, who was going around targeting people who, and one was at McCafferty local supermarket there in Bucks County. She was an employee, but others that he saw with Trump bumper stickers or, one thing or another, hats, whatever, going to their car. by taking screws and nails and everything else and placing it where he thought their car would run over it, their driveway and other places. In Bucks County yesterday, he got sentenced to 2 months to 23 months for his annex. It's just, what would propel someone to target the amount of time to be surveilling, getting the screws, the bolts, and throwing these all over the place to bother these people? And they got them. So it is a very real thing. But the testimony yesterday got to the bottom of how out of control it's been in Portland. And you're still seeing people argue, and they talked about this yesterday. Antifa is not centralized like some of these terrorist groups might be. It's more decentralized. But we just had the woman on the other day. They held their convention here last week, undercover in Philadelphia. They are connected. They are in cells, and they connect cell by cell. They just want to try to stand on that to say we're making it up with what they do. We've seen it how many times? So once again, I think the other side's playing the losing card here by trying to stay away from what people want done with this. These are the Democrat Party foot soldiers, and still the big story. I think it still rivals even what's going on in Israel that's out there that we've talked about in the last few days. The guy in Virginia, Nancy Pelosi, the AG candidate, she said on CNN yesterday that she thinks on balance, he would be a better attorney general in Virginia than the guy on the other side. Just imagine a guy who wants the mom of an opponent, the wife, to have her babies die in her arm. He's killing them somehow or another. A guy who goes 116 miles an hour, 46 over the speed limit. He gets off on reckless driving, do community service, and he just goes and works at his PAC in defiance of that. The stuff he said about if more police were shot, they wouldn't shoot so many civilians. And then, I didn't think this would take off as much. The Katie Porter woman, who is I'm not sure if she is anymore, the leading candidate on the Democrat side to be the next governor of California. And the bottom line with her that people took away from that exchange with the CBS reporter is she doesn't want to answer anything that's a follow-up. She could have said, look, we've gone around this 2 or 3 times. I told you what I think on this. Can we move on? And she was moving on to the next one. But it's all in the follow-up. People in the media are not there to throw a softball. You hit it 500 feet, and we just stand there. As that ball's traveling in the air to go into the fence, our outfielder's coming, whoa, 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 hold it there. How about this? The wind's blowing in all of a sudden. That's what that woman seems to think. Well, I'm not going to engage with all these follow-ups. If she said, look, after 2 or 3 follow-ups, when we cover, okay. But it wasn't that. It was, I'm in the bubble. I answer the question. You put it out there. And the question she couldn't answer, how would you appeal to 40% of the Trump voters? Her answer appears to be that she wouldn't appeal to them. That's where this was going. Here is, let's see, which one from yesterday? Yes, here's Erin Burnett, Henry. This is cut 6 from CNN. She's trying to make this point that Antifa is not a major terrorist organization like Hezbollah, Hamas, or ISIS. Well, I don't think we said they were, lady. How would she feel if they were in your neighborhood, though, coming down the block, disrupting, attacking, trying to blind you? Well, you're not as bad as Hamas. They'd cut my head off. I mean, come on. Here's Erin Burnett on CNN.
And Trump's Secretary of Homeland Security actually took that further.
This network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous.
That's pretty incredible, right? Hamas has just been engaged in a 2-year war that we just announced the first stage of a peace plan to a few moments ago. And ISIS? These are incredible things to say. And obviously, I'm not going to sit here and defend anybody who considers themselves part of an Antifa movement, such that it is. But such that it is the operative part of that sentence. Antifa is far from a major sophisticated terror organization like Hezbollah, Hamas, or ISIS. In fact, it's not even like far-right groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, which have had national leaders, unlike Antifa. There is no organized hierarchy to the group, and according to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, compared to right-wing extremists, Antifa-linked violence is rare and limited.
Okay. I was okay. Did Kristi Noem go over the line there by comparing it to it? Yes, I would agree with that. But the pivot, here we go again. They're not centralized. Therefore, they're small time. Don't worry about them. Really. They're not centralized in the classic sense of it. But again, any expert, any of these people we bring you on would talk about they are organized. They do communicate with each other. And they continuously are threatening, doing violence, trying to blind people, set fires. Just about anything's possible. And they control blocks in Portland. How long is this going on with it? Why would we not squash this? Well, you're only doing that as the argument because you're trying to get an overreaction from the other side. No, we're doing it because they should be squashed. They should be taken out. This is not peaceful protest. And I've covered not Antifa per se, but these Occupy Wall Street and the whole thing that goes with it. And they reek of the very thing that we're talking about. They are engaged in violence. They are engaged in constantly surveilling people, going after their kids, etc. Why would we, just because they're not on the level of Hamas, why would we not squash this? Why should we have to put up with it is what I'm saying. That seems to be her argument. All right, Zenos is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom. You and your gang over there. I'd like to make a comment about Jack yesterday with the gravy thing. He's wrong. It's still sauce. But I thought only us Greeks used to call it macaroni, no matter if it was baked ziti or whatever. I would say to my Mom, what's for dinner? She would say macaroni, period. So I thought we were the only one. It was refreshing to hear that because us Greeks, we refer to it macaroni. The only thing we don't refer to is gravy. It's sauce.
Well, Zenos, I get you at Mulligan's inside a half hour. You're going to be saying gravy in Greek. I'm telling you, buddy. We'll have a couple drinks and I'll explain it to you.
You know what? I would love, that's the only thing I don't know how to say in Greek. I can speak a little bit of it.
Okay.
Not too bad, but I can't say gravy in Greek. I got to find out how you say gravy. But it's sauce. In Greek and Italian, the word is the same. It's called salita. It's sauce.
Oh, so, my goodness. It never ends. It never ends.
It never ends. Now, if you go to Italy, Dom, and you go to Sicily,
yes,
and you call that gravy down there, they're going to put you on a mule backwards and let it run through the forest.
I've already done it with those guys. They know that I'm coming. Be ready in Sicily.
Be ready for them, Dom. You're going to have a fight there. It's
exactly.
Sauce.
All right, Zenos, well, what's your side? What says Jersey to you?
Jersey to me is we had Joe Frazier here, one of the best fighters, in my opinion, and in New Jersey, they had Floyd Patterson.
All right, so you're saying Floyd Patterson is your answer?
Yes, Floyd Patterson. He is synonymous with New Jersey. Plus, I believe he was also sheriff down there, too.
All right, and I don't think you wanted Floyd Patterson. Who is a prize Jersey Joe Walcott? I'm trying to think of who he's.
Someone said that on Twitter.
Yeah, well, Jersey Joe Walcott was a sheriff. Yeah. And by the way, I'm seeing him tonight. Tonight, I'm one of the honorees at the big Christopher Columbus Gala down there in South Philly. George Paquetto would be there. George Paquetto was the boxing commissioner. Can you imagine? Oh, my God. That's a good job. A lot of disputes. All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. We're going to talk a little bit later with Matt Rooney about the events of tomorrow coming up. The debate last night. Mikey Sherrill went there and claimed that Jack Ciattarelli killed his organization, thousands, or helped kill thousands of New Jerseyans because they published disinformation, misinformation about opioids. Yeah. That came up. That was a little bit out of left field. Last night, the intensity of that. Of course, Jack countered with, you're the one that had the trouble with the federal government around all the money you made in Congress, stocks. And at least I got to walk at my college graduation. You did not. But the worst, somebody that was really involved with it was emailing Henry during the break with me and asked about the debate last night and wanted to know about the ending point. I thought it was kind of revealing. And that Chinarelli came across, like him or not, is authentic. But Mikey Sherrill saying my kids' sports games was just...
Yeah, it's generic.
Yeah. There was nothing. You think she'd practice up on that you're going to be asked questions about personal stuff, what you like and don't. All right, 855-839. We'll get you on board. Jump in on Talk Radio 1210.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts, or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, so Pope Leo has issued Dom Giordano Show his first document. He spoke today in front of the press, mainly, I think, newspaper, the big media, the standard media, the mainstream media. And, of course, true to where this guy and what he's about, he urged these news organizations to continue to do the great job they're doing, to stand as a bulwark against lies, manipulation, and post the truth. After the truth is something we're after here. Again, I take these as all shots directed toward conservatives and Trump's. His documents, I'm in agreement. I don't know why the Inquirer says conservatives would not be. He said the main mission of the church is not doctrine per se, but it's protecting the marginalized, the poor, and others, and that charity is a major goal of this. Then he had to throw the migrant in, attack the rich, and no mention, though, of Democrat politicians who carry devout Catholic and are for abortion on demand. The Pope seems to have missed that part of all this. Pope Leo is not a bumbler like Pope Francis. He's more buttoned up. He's smarter. I never thought the other guy was an intellect. But he is every bit moving toward the very same things with the church that we've heard over and over and over again. What's the play for that? Is it just their ideology, or is there a play? By a play, I mean, how does this enhance the bottom line for the church? Numbers, congregants around the world. And I think they think these traditional Catholics, they have to put up with a bit. They're dying off, and they're going to replace them with various immigrant groups who are not going to be as much trouble and are going to be happy with the Holy Father and others. And they see enough liberals, enough progressives out there that like all this, and that's where they're going. Now, this has gone on for quite a while. Pope Francis wasn't the start of it, but he was a main culprit. As I said, this guy is not as iconoclastic in his own way as Pope Francis was, but he's smarter, more buttoned up, younger, and I think problematic up and down the line. He is. Most of these guys are to me. They continue to lecture those of a conservative bent, and the Inquirer's right on this, what he's saying, that, you have these people that are so wealthy. How could they be that wealthy? Please, stop sitting on top of, I've been there. I don't know what the estimate is. I don't know if it's worth $250 billion, $500 billion. Could it be worth $1 trillion? Some of it's priceless. The artwork of the church around the world. What's the church worth around the world? What's their artwork in the Vatican, et cetera, worth? It's staggering. Yet we got to hear about the rich again. They don't care. Charity is the mission of the church. And migrants. No word there about those that are being murdered, if you're a Catholic and believe that abortion is that. And again, praising the media today, they are the bulwark against the lies, the distortions, the mistruth, the post-truth stuff going on. And they must continue to do that work and call that out. It's all there. This is the first document. I don't think it's not classified as an encyclical, but it's the first document of this Pope. And you saw it the other day when he chastised people like me. You can't be pro-life, according to him, if you're pro the death penalty. Based on what? Let's have that debate. I'd love to have that debate. I might go to hell, but I'd love to have that debate. That's just silly talk. He just wanted to say it. That can't be backed up logically. Also, if you're dehumanizing migrants, translation, saying we have borders, people have to be here legally, then you're not pro-life either. So expect a lot more, particularly when he goes to Chicago. I don't know when that'll be. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. Dom, I think you're giving this Pope too much credit. You say he's intelligent, but I don't see him doing anything to raise the numbers in his congregation. He's appealing to all the wrong people, which I call the godless.
Well, he's appealing, though, to the migrant, legal immigration, Joe. That's my point. They want more of that. That's what he's appealing toward. Let's have more of that. They're more faithful Catholics, so we're not going to challenge them.
Well, I guess we can leave that for another debate.
What I'm saying is the previous pope was not an intellect. Constantly he had to walk stuff back. This guy's much more buttoned up on it, Joe. And in his own way, he's going to be more problematic on this. He'll be relentless on this stuff.
Well, and I've said it. I've said it for the last probably a decade and a half. The only time the left has God in their life is 3 weeks before an election. I just think they're the kind of people he's trying to, be on the side of. That's the impression I've got.
Okay.
But Dom, unless I missed it the other night with the debate, I think Jack should he should drive that point home. You'd swear that Mikey went in there with one item and one item only, that 10,000 murders number she came up with.
Yep.
And it became ridiculous. But I think Jack has to pull it all together and say, we have a candidate here who is a chronic cheater, and then pull all those facets together. The Naval Academy.
He did say that, Joe, in so many words. Yeah, I agree with you. Drill down. I did not hear, and I'm going to ask Matt Rooney, Joe. Plastic bags. I'm going to bring back plastic bags. I think that's the winner of winners.
Yeah, it is. I go in Wawa, and I still have people getting ticked off about having to buy a 35-cent bag.
Yes, exactly.
But this lady has a legacy of cheating. She's a cheater. She cheats people. That's how she got where she got to. She enriched herself. She put her kids in the Naval Academy. She cheated in the when she was in school. You think it's going to stop? She's a cheater. And I thought he should have really drove that point home even more. Pulled it together and buried her.
I would have too. Yeah. And, The opioid claim, I don't remember that coming up before, at least in large measure. It was pretty intense to hear that. You're involved in killing thousands of people in Jersey.
And, Tom, that's the other thing, because I was screaming at the TV at that point. You got a mass murderer here in New Jersey, in a blue state, and he's red. Why isn't he being prosecuted?
Right. Yeah, exactly right.
He should have, that was lame. It was so weak. It couldn't have gathered any traction. It could not. But my side answer is, and it's the connotation with the mob. And I gave a friend of mine who moved to Georgia, contracted COVID, and I have a friend who's an international pilot, so he goes overseas quite a bit. He sent me a bunch of ivermectin. And my friend from high school contracted COVID. I sent it to her down in Georgia, and she went around telling all her friends that my mob connections up in New got me COVID.
And sometimes, Joe, it said, you're onto something, maybe not quite mob. In Jersey, people say more, I got a guy. I got a guy that can. Now, in South Philly, we say it too. I got a guy.
Well, but see, it's less to wonder who that guy is. But I got so ticked off. I said, what are you, a show-off? You had to tell everybody. You not only kicked COVID, but your mafia connections helped you kick it.
There you go. That's right. It's always good to be connected.
That's insulting. I say, you're on your own next time you get COVID.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, we got a guy. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up, friend of the show, Christian Toto. Henry and I, it wasn't a debate. We're in sort of agreement. This DiCaprio film that's out right now, the plot has that the government's taken over by right-wing Christian nationalists, fundamentalists, and DiCaprio somewhat, and the wife principally, are randomly bombing, among other things, the left-wing pushback on this in the middle of what we're going down. It's got a lot of acclaim, but a lot of critics are also going after it. That's all straight ahead, and your calls here on Talk Radio 1210. Let's talk for a moment about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. Now, they support a healthy heart and cholesterol levels. They reduce inflammation, not inflation, and they promote joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things that I can do and you can do for your health. And now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue's omega-3 supplements. Right now, use the code OMEGA50 for that exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue omega-3 supplement, including their most popular Rescue 1250. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use that code OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50, OMEGA50. Buy one, get another free. Rescue 1250, Rescue Omega-3, absolutely free at res-q.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Tonight's 6:08 Phillies-Dodgers game can be heard on 1210 WPHT and KYW News Radio 103.9 FM and 1060 AM.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Below average temperatures continue in the forecast heading into the weekend. Plenty of sunshine today with a high temperature up around 66. A chilly night tonight, mostly clear, low 46 for the city, 30s out in the suburbs. Watch out for some frost in the northwest suburbs. And for Friday, expect a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be cool with a high 64.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. It's always a treat when Christian Toto is on here. Henry has seen the film that we're going to be talking about. Christian Toto is an award-winning film critic, journalist, and the founder of Hollywood in Toto. The film in question, one battle after another. The year's most irresponsible movie, says one critic. Another critic, John Demetri, called out the sleeper cells, he says, of film reviewers who've joined the media mob praising one battle after another. And his ire could have gone further, says this reviewer. Interested in what Christian Toto's hearing about this. Hey, Christian, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure.
Well, it's amazing. Yeah, we all know, and we talked about this with Henry, who's seen the film, my producer, that these things don't drop. They take a while to put together, and then they drop at a date. But in the middle of all this back and forth over mainly left-wing violence at this point, it's curious that this film is out there. What did you see?
Yeah, it's fascinating that it's out there. Like you said, these things take a long time to get from start to finish. ICE, the term, the group, all the controversy wasn't roiling when this movie was in production, but it is now, and it's dropping now. And listen, I think you can make stories about almost anything, and I think it's okay to make a film that looks at revolutionaries who use violence to get what they want to get. And, what I think that a filmmaker should do is have some moral clarity about what they're sharing, where you don't make a movie that just glorifies violence and makes the bombers the good people and goes from there. And I hate to say it, but it just feels exactly that's what they're doing with this film. Listen, this is Paul Thomas Anderson. He's a great director. It's skillfully made. The acting is terrific. There's some great sequences here. I don't deny the artistry involved. But dropping this movie right now and basically glorifying these anti-ICE revolutionaries, wow, I just can't believe it. And then the fact that so few film critics are willing to call it out or at least mention it, they're basically almost all defending it.
You mentioned something here, too, that gives me a flavor, since I haven't seen it, too, how centric this is to ICE. The blowing up, as I understand it, immigration detention centers and all that, versus a more broad-based, that we've seen before, dystopia government taken over. Well, that would have been, Christian, I put it to you this way. I don't know about you. Given what I thought would happen here, this is messy business, deporting people, whether they're criminals or other things here. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't even been worse here as far as, people being shot at and stuff of that nature going on. But it does seem to be ratcheting up. And some of the ratcheting up is due to people. We've played people saying, well, you can always find their kids, the ICE people. It's easy to find them, go to their school, things of that nature. Are you in that camp, or do you think it's already incredibly intense?
I think we're there. I mean,
okay.
Look at the last year as far as attacks on ICE. It's been not just a one-off or a two-off. It's going on all over. Yeah, and it's just a staggering situation, and you would think at the very least that the actors involved with this movie would be asked about it when they do the press rounds, when they're talking about, I'm just promoting my movie, and they may be challenged on this. I think it was 2019 when Joker came out, and that was all tons of hype, tons of expectation, and then on a dime, the media said, oh, this is going to spark violence, it's about incels, it's going to glorify violence, and it did nothing of the kind. It was a smart, nuanced movie. And, of course, nothing happened. But the media went into overdrive with that film seemingly overnight. And yet with this film, there's nothing like that. I mean, all it is nonstop. This is the movie of the year. This is the movie we need now more than ever. On and on. There's no one taking any sort of other side to the issue. And, in fact, there was a story a couple days ago in either Variety or The Hollywood Reporter that was, in a way, tisk-tisking some conservative critics who, like me, have some issues with this movie. Again, I don't want this movie pulled. I think this is the free speech battle. This is what we engage in when we let storytellers tell their films their way. I don't disagree with that. That's the way it should be.
What I hear you saying is, and Christian, part of it is these people are, that do the movie rounds, they're not at a Toto level here as far as critiquing a film. They're not going to get into a controversy like this. I would say that maybe you can't interview people on this because, to your point, you can't bypass this. This is at the heart of the film, given where we are. You got to talk about it.
You would think?
Yeah.
You would think. I don't think, I peruse the media pretty aggressively, especially with subjects like this. And I don't think I've seen any tough but fair questions thrown their way. Leonardo DiCaprio, Benicio del Toro, people like that. Listen, they can defend their art. It's their right to defend their art.
Mm-hmm.
But, the movie came out, and I think a couple days before its official release, there was an attack. I think that was the Dallas facility that was under attack. And again, listen, you can make a movie showing radicals, but you would think at some level along the way, this is a slight spoiler alert, there'd be sort of a characters realizing the error of their ways, understanding that violence isn't the answer. You know, when we watched Tony Soprano, we did root for him, which made us complicit in it in a way. But he was complicated. He could be good. He could be kind. He could be generous. And then he could be a killer. But we never really excused him and said, oh, you know, he's a great guy. I don't think any viewer watched
now, my producer,
that show.
Henry, said the other day, and we were talking about this, though, the wife that DiCaprio pushes back, right, on the wife, who is just driven to this and is not paying attention to the family, et cetera. Is that a little solace there that they're showing that side of it?
I think that adds some complexity to her character, and I agree to an extent, but that's just showing her as a bad mom. That's her saying the revolution is so important that I don't care about being a mom. You take care of this, Leo. I got to do what I got to do. I got to blow up some buildings. So it's almost hard to talk about this without getting into more spoilers, but just I don't say this glorifies violence loosely. I don't use that terminology. I'm very careful with that. I don't want it banned. But gosh, I watched that movie and I kept waiting for some sort of evolution of the characters, and I just didn't see it.
Box office with this, Christian. How's the film doing?
You know, for a movie that's an Oscar bait movie, it's doing fairly well. It's made about $42 million so far in 2 weeks. That'll, shrink. The biggest box office happens the first 2 weeks for sure. But the budget is actually pretty darn big, roughly $130 million. So even whatever it makes here and overseas, I don't think it's going to make a profit. And what we've seen through Hollywood for years now is that that's not the modus operandi at times. They'll put out a message movie, and they'll be okay with losing money if, other films kind of, make up the difference. I mean, Warner Brothers, the studio behind it, has had a great year. They had multiple big films and good films. So, they can swallow that, maybe a financial hit. And also, it's going to get a lot of Oscar nominations. So that's, in a way, the coin of the realm for Hollywood, too.
One other area, Christian, I haven't seen, and I don't know if you cover something like this, Zach Bryan. Maybe you can give us your sense of how big of a star he is and what he's done with this song, and then he falls back with the excuse we're not looking at the context when he attacks cops, when he says the fading of the red, white, and blue, and when he says ice spice busting down your door. And just one note of something you said. If the DiCaprio film was showing, even though it was excessive, gone after this government that's taken over by national, all that stuff, but boy, I'm very sensitive right now to the targeting of ICE based upon what we've seen. It is unrelenting. But what do you have to say about the Zach Bryan cut?
Well, I mean, I suspect he wants it both ways. He wants to get his message out. It's a crude message, whether you agree with it or disagree. And now he's going to his feet are being held to the fire, and now he's got to explain himself. So listen, he's an artist. He can do what he wants. The fans can agree or disagree. He's not a superstar. He's not a Morgan Wallen, but he's a name. And I think what I find frustrating is that when I hear things like what he's sharing, it just feels like he's getting a very cartoonish look at the world. His news feed is very one-dimensional. He doesn't understand what's going on. And again, you could be critical of deporting illegal immigrants who are just, are here legally, but they haven't broken any significant crime. They're not murderers, rape, that kind of thing. That's a legitimate debate. But, I do think if you're a storyteller and artist, you've got to kind of do your homework before you do the things you do. I mean, I think in a perfect world. And I don't necessarily think that a lot of artists are doing that.
All right, Christian, where do we find you? And what do you have coming up? Is there anything special coming up in the near future?
I've got reviews coming very soon to the site, HollywoodInToto.com, of Tron Ares, the new film. Also, Roofman, which is based on a crazy true story starring Channing Tatum. And I'm going to be writing this weekend about comedians. They're in a weird place right now. They're considered these prophets, and yet they're going to Saudi Arabia and telling jokes in front of a repressive regime. I think there's a lot of confusion in the comedy ranks. I want to weigh in on that this weekend.
Trevor Noah, are you in the camp, because I'm not in his camp, that said, why can't we joke about Charlie Kirk? He was shot, he was praising guns. Why can't we tell Holocaust jokes? I don't see the funny there. I would stand the ground and say, and some things, you're not going to find anything funny. You're doing it just to be provocative, to say you can do it.
He's a far-left comedian who would never do anything of this kind if the targets were switched.
Right.
I don't, technically offensive. I think comedians can say whatever they want. I think my biggest offense here is that it wasn't remotely funny and it wasn't really based in reality. Conflating a Second Amendment defender with the right to shoot someone in cold blood. I mean, it just fails on all levels. And he's not a very funny comedian. And I'm glad he's off the Daily Show, but I can't get on a high horse and say he can't do this, because I think comedians can tell all the awful, dumb jokes they want.
And they can do it in Saudi Arabia and attack us as cancel culture. It's kind of funny. That's got to be a rough audience, don't you think? You're sitting there, you got the royal family there. The sweat's got to be pouring down. So what do? Attack America.
Yeah, it's funny because I think what Dave Chappelle said about that, listen, satirical humor works best when it's rooted in truth and reality and something that other people aren't saying. And I think when he said that, that wasn't the case.
Absolutely. Christian, thank you very much.
Sure, my pleasure.
Thank you. Any rebuttal, Henry, or are you in agreement there with? I'm going to see it in your honor because you've intrigued me. I'm going to see the film. I wasn't going to. I thought it was boring, but might give it a shot.
Yeah, no, I like Christian's take on it, and I can understand why. He was right about the character development. There really wasn't a whole lot of character development from anybody. They're just kind of the same person.
And to your point about the wife, bad mother versus bad for the cause. I got to see it to know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I thought the way they painted her kind of soured the rest of her kind of troupe they had there.
Okay.
He didn't see it the same way. But I see where he's coming from. Absolutely.
All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with something that is Jersey. We're open for that also. We're going to talk with Matt Rooney at 2:30 today. Hope you're going to be part of it in Wildwood tomorrow. It is not just the big row. It's a festival all day long. I know that Fox and Friends is doing their breakfast show with Steve Ducey, the Deuce, from the Vegas Diner right there on 14th in North Wildwood. And then I'll be noon to 3 over at Mulligan's, and then Rich at the Seaport from 3 to 7. And we could see a couple thousand people show up. And for a governor's race, that's unbelievable. Remember Mulligan's, though, before and after. It is the water hole and the Taylor pork roll. I'm sorry, the pork roll capital tomorrow, not Taylor ham. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? And not just the brands you've heard me mention like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, but almost any other brand you can imagine. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Tonight, 6:08 Phillies-Dodgers game can be heard on 1210 WPHT and KYW News Radio 103.9 FM and 1060 AM.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They are a full-service shop with years of experience and a commitment to helping customers become safe, responsible gun owners. All of Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Bob's also offers renewal certifications. Always check to make sure your license is current. Don't miss their next co-ed shoot this Sunday, October 12th. Bring a friend, spouse, date, a sibling. The possibilities are endless to the event. It's perfect for beginners or experienced shooters. It's a fun, supportive way for guys and gals to learn or sharpen your skills. Register now. Space is limited. No alcohol or drugs permitted. No firearms ID card or prior experience is required to attend. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com or call 856-881-7575. Bob's Little Sports Shop, 316 Delsea Drive, Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, President Trump signing a big, he said, we're doing it early for Columbus Day. I'll give you the full commentary on what he said, signing the Columbus Day proclamation in the next hour. And also, this Katie Porter is the gift that keeps on giving. The woman that snapped out. We have more sound of her snapping out at another interview. And it's a bad look, saying my 12-year-old, when Trump was elected, worried, could she get an abortion if she were raped? Is that what kids were saying that night that Trump got elected? Oh, man, I can't get that abortion now.
I hate when people use their kids as a shield like that. My 4-year-old son asked me, you know.
I agree with you on both sides, but Josh Shapiro, he ran on death penalty. He was okay with it till he could not answer his son, and that's when he flipped on a dime and became against it. What are the odds that that's true? I hear his son's a heck of a persuader. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware on Talk Radio 1210. Phil, thanks for the wait. What do you have today?
Hi, good afternoon. A few things real quick. One, coming to America. If that doesn't encapsulate America, I really don't know what would. As far as Israel, I'm concerned because it seems like a repeat performance, letting 1,000 Palestinians out, that probably a third of them are going to go right back into the cycle of let's do it all over again because we're going to negotiate my freedom 5 years down the road.
Well, look, I understand it. You're dealing with a terrorist group. But what about the idea they want the hostages, the ones that it can get out, and they believe, and at least you got to trust Trump a little bit on this, Phil, that he has the leverage on these various countries that are pressuring that they will reestablish something better in Gaza. I am doubtful, too, but what are the other options to continue to do this?
Well, you know what? You hit it right on the head. If it wasn't for Trump, I would just say they screwed up again. But you're 1,000,000% right. You gotta believe, and I'm all in. Let's cross our fingers and hope this is the end of problems.
Yeah, it won't be to that degree, but it'll be ameliorated, to your point, where you're reconstituting Gaza. And we have to report on it constantly. If they're coming back in the same way, then it's fraudulent. If it's better, well, then we're going to say that too.
Well, I kind of mirror your thoughts. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, we've got our hostages back. What leverage do terrorists have if they get antsy and say, nah, this wasn't really for us? Do we have an October 7th again?
Well, that's what you have to be ready for. Phil, what's your answer to the side today?
The Miss America pageant.
That's an all-time great one. Yes, still there in Atlantic City. All right, coming up, Steve Feldman, Zionist of America. I'm not sure what Steve's going to say on this and what his group's position would be with all that's going on with this. But also, this coming up, I got to give you what Trump said about Columbus Day today. And we'll play you Katie Porter talking about her 12-year-old daughter's reaction to Trump being elected. Mom, if I'm raped, does this mean I can't get an abortion? First of all, I don't believe the kid says it. Second of all, if the kid did say it, oh, my God, what kind of parenting has gone on here? Watching that with Trump, you got to say, even for maniacs.
Yeah.
Or if the girl says, Mom, I'm afraid the country's going to be in bad shape with this guy. What might he do? But right away, abortion. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. My friends at Martin Water Conditioning are celebrating their 52nd anniversary with their biggest savings event of the year. Now through the end of October, save on better water for your entire family. The Giordanos, we've been doing this for years. Crystal clear drinking water in our home for years, thanks to Martin Water Conditioning. Great opportunity for you to do the same. We love it, and the Martin Water Conditioning family is incredible to work with. Nobody is more passionate about water. You can save up to $500 on select systems for your home. You want to improve your drinking water? Martin is offering $100 off Connecticut's K5 drinking system. You can save $40 off their UV sterilizers. Special 24-month financing is available to those who qualify. You already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central Pennsylvania locations. For details, you can call Martin Water. Here's the website. These folks live this. They are passionate about it. They're immaculate when they come to your house. That's our experience, without a doubt. Visit martinwater.com. Easy to do. martinwater.com. The sale ends October 31st. Give your family the gift of better water this fall.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM. Visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Love, compassion, understanding, respect. Dedicated Senior Medical Center. We take the time to hear your concerns and address your specific needs. Because to us, you are not just a patient, you're a member of our family. Dedicated Senior Medical Center. We take most Medicare Advantage plans. Call us today. Let's talk about your health. 267-831-3444.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at California Psychic.
Okay, it is Dom time. Of course, unbelievable story. President Trump now announcing at the cabinet meeting the hostages definitely are coming back. By the way, the All-American halftime show, Turning Point, is refreshing that on Twitter. They're continuing promoting it's going to happen. I have no knowledge of what the vehicle will be at the Super Bowl. And they're asking what you prefer in the acts. I may put that up on Twitter. I think classic rock, Henry is right, would be our genre. I have to put a little poll up. I'm interested to hear what people say. Well, worship music, beat that. If they do that, that's fine. It's in keeping with Charlie Kirk. But I think the message has to be here to get a substantial audience. That's the only thing the NFL is going to recognize on this. If they have a fairly substantial audience, they might think about things a little bit more clearly. If it's a really nice audience, then yeah. Steve Feldman, longtime friend. We've done so many things together. But on this one, I'm not sure. We heard a cautionary tale there, and it is true from our last caller about, these are terrorists that Israel is letting out en masse as part of this deal. But the hostages, it looks like they're going to come out. I'm not even sure how we know that 20 are alive. Let's go to Steve Feldman, Zionist of America, here locally on Talk Radio 1210. Steve, welcome in. And I'm not sure, Greater Philadelphia ZOA Director. Steve, I'm not sure where you're going to go with this one. Do you see this as historic at this point?
Well, Don, first of all, thank you for having me on again. And I thank you, as always, for covering this topic in depth the way you do, and you're unparalleled in presenting it to your audience. So I thank you for that. There obviously is pros and cons to what's going on. It will be wonderful to get hostages, captives freed. It will be wonderful for the families of murdered hostages to have some closure on that. But letting more than 2,000 the term is terrorist, but a lot of these people are actually murderers, out of prison. They've all been convicted. The judicial system is very rigorous in Israel. And what we don't know are some of the other elements. There's phase 1 and phase 2, and who knows how many other phases, and what comes next, and what the Islamic resistance movement, which is Hamas's actual name, what they will do, what they will abide by. They haven't abided by anything. The Palestinian Authority has not abided by anything they've agreed to. So there's more question marks than answers. But God willing, at least the return of the captives and the remains of the murdered captives will happen. So
well,
we're,
Steve,
we're cautiously optimistic.
How do we know? Do you have any sense? Because I'm unaware that 20 are alive, and I get it, the remains, peace to the family and all that. And I'm not going to split hairs here and say if we got that, is it worth sending these people? But it's a big difference if we get 20 people alive back to their families. How do we know that?
Well, either there is knowledge through the security services, the Mossad, the CIA, what have you. It's hard to say that Hamas is on the honor system because they have no honor. So I don't know that we know for sure. Again, they really can't be trusted. And it's more than Hamas. There are multiple genocidal anti-Jewish groups operating in the Gaza Strip, Palestinian Islamic Jihad being another one. So who knows who has whom and what everybody is getting. None of this is happening for free. There's going to be a cost to Israel, to the Jewish people, to the United States. Just the dignity of the United States of negotiating, whether directly or indirectly, with people who've murdered so many Americans. We sometimes forget or overlook that the Palestinian Arabs murdered Americans on October 7th, 2023, and prior to October 7th, 2023. They've murdered Americans, and almost none have stood for justice in the United States for those murders.
Absolutely. Steve, very hard question. And I'm in the camp, the people that are saying this, they're a mixed bag. Some of them are just anti-Semitic haters of Israel. Others are sympathetic to this notion that due to the overwhelming bias of the media, due to TikTok, the algorithm, I think Van Jones said it pretty well last week, of what you see constantly there, murdered babies in Gaza, way out of proportion to any. Israel is fighting this war in a textbook fashion as far as trying to prevent that. But you're a media guy. You take a look at the media on this. Is Israel eroding support that used to be there for Israel and should be there going forward? And I'm in that camp. And this is one of the reasons they're considering the ceasefire, Gaza, getting the hostages back to ameliorate that continued damage. Do you see that's happening?
So, from my vantage point, as a recovering journalist, as I like to call myself, and as an activist, the media clearly is biased. And what Israel is doing as a result of that, I believe there are a number of pressures. The first and foremost being President Trump's pressure. The second most being the electorate in Israel. Israel has a very rigorous democracy, and the Netanyahu coalition government is under constant pressure, both externally and internally. So there's the two of those. There is the diaspora Jewry, which is putting pressure on the Netanyahu government to do whatever it takes to get the media, because obviously what's going on is not just affecting Israel, it's affecting Jews everywhere. But all of that aside, it's all based on lies. As you've said, and as many experts have said, Israel is fighting the war. Israel was attacked. Let's go back to the basics. Israel was attacked in the most brutal of ways on October 7, 2023. It happened on the Sabbath. It happened on a significant Jewish holiday. Israel didn't ask for this. Hamas deliberately created a network system of tunnels and other things that they did to maximize their own civilian casualties. So that has to be acknowledged, first of all. Second of all, the media is biased. Clearly, they were biased before October 7th. They've been biased since. So is that all a factor? Yes. There's no two ways about it. To what degree, we don't know. We can speculate.
Well, Steve, it's going to be interesting to see. Is it your sense that the Knesset will pass this? It's my sense, but I would defer to you on this. I know there's all kinds of coalitions there. They will sign off on this?
So there's the security cabinet, there's the cabinet, and then there's the Knesset. There's three layers, so to speak. I think if it gets to the Knesset will overwhelmingly support it. I think the cabinet will support it. The security cabinet, I don't know if they've released their decision yet. They were meeting, as of a half hour ago. I hadn't seen reports that they come out of that meeting. I think they have to approve it. And I think that even if some ministers oppose it, enough will support it because I think the Israeli government is left with no choice for all of the pressures that we went over a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
I think they're going to, but what happens later, we don't know. We know that the last time there was a massive exchange of Israeli victims versus Palestinian Arab murderers, some of the people who Israel was forced to free went on to become the leaders of Hamas. And were responsible for October 7th and that massacre. So there's a lot of unknowns here, including the unknown whether this will all come to fruition. I mean, there's people celebrating, there's people declaring peace, very much like, peace in our time. We're hearing that again, kind of. I just want to read, if you don't mind, a line from the Hamas covenant that says that our struggle, I'm quoting them, this is from 1988, you can look it up, your listeners can look it up, quote, our struggle against the Jews, not Israel, it says the Jews, is very great and very serious. It needs all sincere efforts. It is a step that inevitably should be followed by other steps. The movement, meaning Hamas, has been one squadron that should be supported by more and more squadrons from this vast Arab and Islamic world until the enemy is vanquished and Allah's victory is realized. So that really is the heart of what all this is about. And we'll see what happens. We pray that this benefits the hostages, benefits Israel, benefits America and the West.
Absolutely, Steve. More on this tomorrow. Where do we find ZOA? Where do we go?
Thank you. So locally, our website is philly.zoa.org. Our email is the word office@zoaphilly.org. Nationally, it's zoa.org is the website, and info@zoa.org gets you to us. So I thank you. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you, Steve. All right, we'll see more in the next couple days, and tomorrow we'll see. I'm still on the fence. I told you, right? This Josh Barton guy that we referred to that does like a sports book on big national events. He says this group in the Sudan are the odds-on favorite to win the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow, not Trump. You got to realize the antagonism. And people on the left are not signing off on this, even though this is what they talk about nonstop. All right, in a moment, we got Dom's Money Melody coming up here. Let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina. Hi, David. Afternoon to you.
Hey, Dom, and today's kind of a special day. Today is my 6-month anniversary of discovering WPHT.
Well, absolutely. What goes with that? Not gold, not silver, 6-month anniversary.
Gravy.
Gravy. Okay, there you go.
So I've been bugging you guys for 6 months now, but I'm going to go with the game we all have in our homes all across the country, maybe across the world, and that's the Monopoly board. It has all kinds of Jersey features in it.
That is an outside-the-box one. That is a very good one, mostly Atlantic City or almost all Atlantic City. Thank you, David. Yeah, if we were redesigning the Monopoly game, Gravy would be on there, of course. Corruption would be on there.
Go to sauce jail.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there would be.
You have to eat all the raw oysters.
Yeah. One that's passed, and Dan and I would always argue about. I think of Jersey as a capital, not the only one, but a capital of big hair too, which I love.
Yeah, totally.
That era, yes, and really puffed up and really, big hair without a doubt. It is time, though. I think we have enough lines here. Yeah, it is time for.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
All right, and today you are playing for a $50 Metro Diner gift card. Diners, Jersey. Visit metrodiner.com to place your order today. And again, great spot, and it goes a long way. And I think we'll have it again tomorrow when we're at Mulligan's. So, Henry, what do you have today?
Yeah, Dom. One of the movies that we talk about frequently on the Dom Giordano program, I feel, is The Graduate. And what more
Sure.
iconic scene than
Yes.
at the end of The Graduate when they're playing Simon and Garfunkel's Mrs. Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to play you a cover of Mrs. Robinson, an unreleased cover of Mrs. Robinson by a famous New Jersey band. I'm just going to leave it at that because how many famous New Jersey bands are there? Let's take a listen.
Okay.
Strikingly similar to the original
Yes,
version.
I think very good cover. Yes, and that is a great question. So we're looking for the Jersey band who's covering Mrs. Robinson.
Yes.
Okay, by the way, somebody on Twitter put down the Pine Barrens as something very Jersey. It's not universal enough, but it's a great one. And I would argue The Sopranos Pine Barrens, that's the best hour of The Sopranos.
Guy was a
That's-
Russian Green Beret. He
Yeah,
killed
that's
16
right.
Czechoslovakians.
He was the
His house looked like.
he was the interior decorator instead of the
Yeah.
interior minister.
Yeah,
Yeah,
his house
so-
looked like a...
yeah, exactly. Yeah. But Paulie, when he says, "I'm walking right out of here," then starts shooting his gun in the air. Yeah, when his shoe comes off or but he had on. Oh my God, yeah. I would argue that's one of the 10 best hours of TV in history.
Totally.
It really, really good. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. All right, we're going to get a winner here right now at 855-839-1210. And coming up, I'll give you a little bit more on Trump and Columbus Day and Katie Porter, the gift that keeps on giving. Do we have some sound on her on Talk Radio 1210?
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The talks that formed modern democracy took place in Philadelphia 250 years ago. Now, talks about the future of our democracy are taking place here once again. Visit Philadelphia is proud to host the TED Democracy Speaker Series, a powerful exploration of how we can build a society where everyone has access to education, economic mobility, safety, and dignity. Taking place October 14th at the Penn Museum in University City. Register for this free event today at visitphilly.com/TED.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralke from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's Philly sports put to music. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to World Cafe Live in University City and the Cardinal O'Hara High School in Delaware County, November 19th and 22nd.
I was shocked. The singing, everything was great.
Just the singing and just the mix of the comedy, and you never knew which way they were going to go with it. And it was just entertaining the whole time.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to World Cafe Live and Cardinal O'Hara High School, November 19th and 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, it is Dom time, Dom's Money Melody. Henry with this Jersey band cover. Who is the band? Let's go to Dennis in Mayfair. All right, Dennis, who's the band?
Is that Bruce Springsteen and E Street Band?
No, we wouldn't commit that sacrilege too easily
Please.
here. We'd be desperate for it, yeah. Dan would pull the plug at the tower and drive out there. Mike in Philly. Mike, who is it?
How about Bon Jovi?
Almost as bad, but yes. Yeah, they're not as obnoxious, but they've been involved in stuff too. Mike, you're headed off to the Metro Diner. $50 gift card. Are they still together, Henry, in any reasonable way? I don't hear too much.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't seen them.
Haven't seen
yeah,
them in a
and I
while.
thought they were living in Center City too. At least he was, or one of the key members was. Okay, we'll do it all again tomorrow. Well, I don't know tomorrow. We got to figure
We'll see.
the optics. If you have something, I know it's going to be travel and all that. It's okay. If not, we're going to be busy tomorrow with all kinds of stuff. At Mulligan's, noon to 3. You got to be in the house. Spectacular day, and then head over to Rich's broadcast at the Seaport. Wow, by the end of that day, Uber's going to be busy or something, I think. All right. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. So Katie Porter has really, just by, we played you yesterday, Porter getting into this face-off with a CBS reporter just because of follow-up questions. And the woman is a CBS reporter saying, you're the leading candidate to be the next governor of California. I got to ask follow-up questions. I'm an investigative journalist. I don't throw you the ball. You hit it, and I don't try to catch it. That's the way it works. This woman is beyond obnoxious. Here's another of her moments. I think this is cut 18, Henry, where Porter has one of her underlings in the background of her shot. She's doing something about electric vehicles, and the assistant trying to tell her that's not accurate information. You don't want to put it out. Here's how it sounded.
You ready for stat number 2?
I am.
All right. $632, which is how much you save in fuel and maintenance costs when you replace your traditional car with an EV, with an electric vehicle. So I drive a
with the
leased
Biden
Chevy
people,
Bolt.
right.
It is the best car that I have ever owned. I just plug it into the garage, 3-hole prong plug, and I never have to go to the gas station.
That's awesome. And $632 is real money. And I know here at UCI, we have a National Fuel Center Research Center, and they're also doing work on how to make electric vehicles affordable, including for low and moderate income people, working moms, single moms like me, people who really could benefit from an extra $632 in their pocket. And it's also not just the individual savings, but it's also the total savings for our economy. So I'm on the oversight committee, you might know, and that is where we did a study recently this fall in September. And what it showed is if we don't electrify our transportation sector, that we're going to lose more than 500,000 Californians dying prematurely to air pollution and other problems.
See someone entering the shot behind.
Get out of my fucking shot.
I wanted to tell you that that's actually incorrect. It's not that it's electric vehicles. It's that if we don't meet the commitments under the Paris Climate Accord.
Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that. Stay out of my shot. Okay, I'm going to start again with electric vehicles saving us money.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, we got enough of Katie. Now here's Katie. This one is, I think, a little bit older, talking about the fact, since she's so much in the news now, that her 12-year-old, when Trump was elected, made the comment that, am I going to be able to get an abortion if I get raped? Here's what she said.
So on election night, I went to pick up my daughter from water polo practice, and
she's 12,
polo
and practice.
She got in the car and she was crying. And I said, did someone punch you? Like, water polo is a rough sport. I was like, did someone hit you? Did the coach yell at you? What happened? And she said, Mom, Trump won. Trump's going to win. And what if I get raped and I need to have an abortion? This is from a 12-year-old, my 12-year-old daughter. And so it was really a reminder of how scary this time is for people, and how important it is for Democrats to have strategies, both at the state level and the federal level, to make sure that we can continue to protect people's rights.
All right, then. Water polo. We go from that to the daughter worried about being raped because Trump is there. And where has Trump gone with abortion? You know, we've gone through this all the time. Trump is not the one. Trump faced down, in fact, Ron DeSantis on this issue. If you remember, DeSantis was playing with that. I think, let's go back, Dom, 6 weeks is where DeSantis landed in Iowa. And that was going to be the showdown issue there. It was not. Trump has not been there. It's ridiculous. But it's ridiculous using the 12-year-old worried about rape after water polo practice, being upset all that time during water polo, hearing that Trump has been elected or is going to be elected. How is she going to get an abortion? Oh, my goodness. All right, 855-839-1210. By the way, Matt Rooney coming up. I'm going to ask Matt. A lot of you are saying the same thing on Twitter, and I get it. Jack at various events, Jack Chitterelli, has brought up, I'm going to do all that I can to return plastic bags to Jersey. I think that drives voters that are non-committal. Am I going to vote? Am I not going to vote? Oh, plastic bags will be back. And every time they call it single-use plastic bags, you know how I get. We use it multiple ways. What are we talking about? It's not just to carry things home. It's doggy patrol. It's putting lunches in there. Not the same bag, but, you know, constantly using that. Jack's got to say that more. Plastic bags. All right, Matt Rooney breaking down the debate and giving you an idea of how big this is going to be tomorrow. And then we'll get you on to get your side answer on Jersey. Let me first, though, remind you of my great friend Diane Giordano Casaccio back with us with a big event of her own. Most home sellers are being lied to by people they trust, and it's costing them a fortune. Diane has sold thousands of homes and has identified the 10 biggest myths that aren't just bad advice. They'll drain $50,000, $75,000, even $100,000 from your bottom line. She's hosting a free breakfast seminar for home sellers on Saturday, October 18th at 9 a.m. So you join me and Diane in Fort Washington, where she'll reveal the truth about pricing, staging, photography, and the one biggest mistake that forces homes to stay on the market for months after months, losing you thousands. All attendees get a copy of Diane's newest book, Model Home Mindset. So join Diane Giordano and me on October 18th. You RSVP, that's all that's required, no cost. It's a great breakfast, too. And if you're thinking of selling your home the next year or two, that's fine. Doesn't have to be next month. RSVP. Call now, 215-576-8666 or online, 215-576-8666.com.
Feel like you're psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Below average temperatures continue in the forecast heading into the weekend. Plenty of sunshine today with a high temperature up around 66. A chilly night tonight, mostly clear, low 46 for the city, 30s out in the suburbs. Watch out for some frost in the northwest suburbs. And for Friday, expect a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be cool with a high 64.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. A lot to unpack with Matt Rooney. It's an extravaganza tomorrow. It's a festival. Even the Vegas Diner is going to be the site of Fox and Friends with the Deuce, Steve Ducey, there. And then later on, my show at Mulligan's. And then Rich, Matt, congratulations to you and Mike Donahue. This is like preparations for the Normandy invasion. Anybody coming in by boat, coming in on the beaches?
I don't know how we're going to fit all these people here, Dom, but we're going to have over 2,000, maybe 3,000, and we're going to make it work. And I should thank you because right now I'm hanging out with this beautiful scenery behind.
Oops, a little challenge here on the speaker
hold on, we're
system.
figuring it out.
Yeah, okay, all right. Matt is there at the seaport, I believe, coming to us live as they prepare for the event tomorrow. YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210. You can get there with Matt. Okay. All right, Matt, sorry for that. So you're at the seaport right now.
Listen, that's the challenge with live radio, right? And I'm on site. It's a breezy but beautiful day down here. And I'm starting to say, Dom, is I should thank you, not only for having me on, but I see Mike Donahue over there moving boxes while I'm taking a break and talking to you. So I owe you a beer when you get the mulligans.
Okay. Well, when you get to Mulligan's, you and Mike, of course, are most esteemed. There will be no raw oysters tomorrow. There will be pork roll and egg from Johnny. He's got a special concoction of that. That's one of the things we'll be doing. We're also always like to do a poll there. We're going to see if anybody says Taylor ham at Mulligan's tomorrow.
We will be turning people away from the rally if they say Taylor ham. Now, it's up to Johnny what he does at his own establishment. I can only speak for the Seaport Beer.
Well, I saw some of the totals there, and given the intensity of this and the guest speaker list, Matt, I just don't want to follow Scott Presler. Anything else is okay with me as far as I know right now. Have you slotted all the speakers, or do we do a lottery when we get there tomorrow?
That's what we're going to do. We're going to put a bunch of straws down on the table, and whoever draws the short straw has to go right after Pressler. Now, look, we are so excited, and you know that we've talked about this how many times on the radio before, Dom. It's frustrating in New Jersey getting people to believe, both the people that live and pay taxes and vote here, but also the national Republicans. One of the reasons why Mike Donahue and I concocted the reason for this rally is we wanted people to believe that New Jersey's not blue, it's purple, and it can be red if we all do our part. And this rally will not only communicate that, but it's also evidence that, all those friends nationally from other states, Fox, from everywhere else, they're here this time for the battle. And it's a battle that I think we can win. And if you don't believe it already, go to KPOP.com, register. There's still time to get in on this tomorrow when the doors open at 2 o'clock.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and it's masterful how this has played out, Matt. I know that's my big point. What the heck happened to the Philadelphia suburbs? Your big point, Jersey is doable, believe, and that's why SaveJersey.com and all that you do. And this is crystal clear when you see the face-off. Now, I was mind-melding Jack last night. I'm being accused of that when suddenly he launched into another thing. It's gravy, not sauce, and it's macaroni, not pasta.
Well, look, I mean, these are the things that matter to people. Yes, and I know a few yuppies who probably aren't even from our part of the world have been complaining about it on X. Like, oh, that's what we're focused on. Well, of course not. Jack's been talking about taxes, about ending sanctuary statehood, our electric bill crisis. He's the one that spouse plans. Mikey, whenever she rolls out of the basement to make her rare public appearance, you rarely get anything coherent, let alone a plan. But at the same time, we may joke about pork roll, whether it's gravy or sauce. We want someone who's one of our own because we want someone authentic who actually cares about the state. We're tired of people passing through, doing a poor job, running for president, failing, and then leaving us worse off than how they found us. In Jack Citarelli, we finally have found someone who's dedicated to New Jersey. He says it at every stop, Dom. I know you've heard him say it. When he's done being governor in 48 years, not interested in going to D.C. He wants to come down here to the beach to retire. That's what we need.
Yeah, 100 years. 100 years of Citarelli's. The only complaint, if there is one, and you were monitoring the debate probably more than I, the plastic bag thing, people are all, and I know you're all on board with it, just say I'm bringing back plastic bags. Good night, everybody. That's a winner.
It's a one-stop win. I agree. I mean, look, I'm down here at the shore. We live in such a bizarre regulatory climate now in New Jersey where Pennsylvanians have to smuggle plastic bags down when they rent a shore in the summer so they can pick up after their dog, right? Or as you said, put some sandwiches in there and bring them down to the beach so the seagulls can't see them. It's insanity, and it's just another example to me of how Trenton's priorities are irreparably screwed up with the current multi-decade Democrat majority. That's why it's so important to send someone there that's willing to challenge all of this nonsense. So yeah, I've been generally very happy with Jack's messaging this time around. I think he's running a very strong campaign. One bit of constructive criticism, I think he should throw plastic bags to the audience from stage.
Oh yeah, well that's where I was going to go. Rather than the hat, plastic bags to the audience. Oh. I don't want
They're
to
like gold in New Jersey.
I don't want to
contraband.
Could we be arrested if I brought 100 or 200 plastic bags there, Matt? That would be good. That would be fine.
They can't throw 2,500 of us in the holding cell, Dom.
Matt, you do that tomorrow night. That's better than the hats. That is just absolutely, it is going to be a blast. And you and Mike, I have a small sense of some of the stuff I've done, what goes into this. But my God, to put it in this locale, to tap into what happened with Trump, there's nothing better. So, Matt, one more time, if people want to register, they still can do that. They have to be part of it for a lot of reasons. Where do they go?
Yeah, I mean, one more time, too, Dom. I mean, mighty hat tip to Mike Donahue and the mighty KGOP. He was prepared to take a loss on this event. For him, as I said, it's all about projecting that New Jersey is a battleground. If you want to be a part of it, capegop.com. It is free to register, but you have to register because of how many people we have coming, folks. We're going to have a wonderful time. Doors open at 2 o'clock. There will be Trump merchandise. And other great things like these hats, make NJ great again, food, drink. You're going to leave not only having enjoyed your Friday, but also convinced that America First is on the march, even in supposedly blue Jersey. We're going to demonstrate again tomorrow once and for all that it is not, no longer.
Absolutely. Any other guests to be announced tomorrow, do you think?
He's holding on, keeping Mike Donahue to a couple more. I actually see him over there in the corner right now on the phone, and I've been bugging him to announce a couple, but he's being a little withholding. I think he's having fun with it. But it seems as if those word spreads, almost every other day someone reaches out to us and says, wow, I really want to be a part of something I think that's going to be historic. So anticipate that before the doors open on Friday the 10th, you're going to hear about more speakers.
And Matt, Nobel Prize, I'm on the fence 50-50 for Trump. The sudden entry of this Sudan group for emergency rooms there or something, apparently they may go with that over the guy who's done this history that we're witnessing.
Yeah, I mean, I quipped about it earlier. We are constantly being told that President Trump and his supporters are fascists. This is the most peaceful alleged fascist in history. I think this would be the 8th conflict, Dom, that he has successfully helped resolve. He's a man of peace. I would not bet anything on him getting a Nobel Prize because we know the mettle of the Europeans that award those types of things. But if this was a fair and just planet, he would receive it. No president has done more probably since Lincoln for the cause of liberty and freedom than Donald J. Trump. That's not a partisan statement. It's just a statement of fact.
Absolutely. Well, hope to see you guys over at Mulligan's tomorrow. I know how busy you are, but we will be there together with you, and I love the plastic bag idea. Let's get Jack on with that.
Instead, I got to stop by and pick up the pork roll, egg, and cheese for Stocker.
Well, that's true. And instead of the confetti coming down and all, plastic bags rain over the crowd.
Can you imagine? No. Fox News will be here. They'll be broadcasting all day. I think they would love that.
Absolutely. Matt, thank you. And say hello to Mike for us, too, and congratulations. Thank you, Matt.
Absolutely. We'll see you tomorrow, Dom.
All right. There you go. The plastic bag. I can't tell you to bring plastic bags to that. I don't know the regulations and the whole thing and all. But, yeah, Jack ought to throw, there you can tie them up. You can put 10 of them into a thing. Oh, my God. And Fox, I don't know about wall-to-wall coverage with different shows. I think that'll be announced tomorrow. But I know if you're there, the Vegas Diner, nice spot, 14th in North Wildwood, they're doing their breakfast. Fox and Friends from there with Steve Ducey there tomorrow. All right, it is the lightning round next. All you have to do is hit us with something that really says Jersey, person, place, thing, and we'll put you into the hat for the grand prize from Gallows tomorrow. 855-839-1210.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
Tonight, 6:08 Phillies-Dodgers game can be heard on 1210 WPHT and KYW News Radio 1039 FM and 1060 AM.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is exactly right. I don't want to carry this down to Mulligan's tomorrow and remember it because we're going to have other big stuff. But these people in Delaware County, we're talking to Matt, believe Jersey is purple. I've been talking about, and Guy Shiraki too, what the heck happened to the Philadelphia suburbs? The Delaware County progressives that have taken over announce, and I'm looking at coverage of Delaware County Times, they're not going to announce the new budget before the election. Can't do it. Take too much to do it. These are the people that just raised taxes the last time around 23%. What in the world is going on in Delaware County? Who invaded it? Progressives or the Republican Party? Not so good? Tough call. That used to be as Republican as Philadelphia's Democrat. All right, so side question. Something associated with Jersey. By the way, Henry, you saw the footage. I'm looking at Katie Porter, this maniac, in the footage when that woman was in her shot. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Woo! I predict tomorrow there'll be 3 or 4 more cuts of this woman out there.
Oh, 100%.
That are just,
I'm sure this isn't the only unpleasant experience one of her staffers has had with her.
Yeah, she's already facing pressure even from Democrats to exit the governor's race. So you never know. She's been out there all along that this stuff was going on, but there's more pressure now. Let's go to Joe in Exton. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joe, what's yours?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
I equate New Jersey with the birthplace of Francis Albert Sinatra.
All right, Joe. Absolutely. Yeah, we know Jersey City, of course. Good one. We got somebody in Jersey here. Let me try Michelle in Medford since she's in Jersey. All right, Michelle, what's yours?
Hello. Thank you for having me on. I'd have to say, well, first of all, I want to say, take a walk around a school during lunchtime and look at all the plastic that's being thrown out. We put 2 little slices of a pickle into a little plastic container for 500 students every day. Little plastic containers all the time. So, but New Jersey, to me, as a boardwalk, is absolutely my thing that makes me think of New Jersey. We have the coastline all over, no boardwalks anywhere but New Jersey, and they're all phenomenal.
I would agree with you. That is a great one. Yeah, absolutely. Drew in Upper Darby, I don't know about your plastic commentary, but I want those bags there tomorrow. Matt hit upon something. Jack Chettarelli, bags flying down behind him. He wins Jersey right there. They're back. Drew in Upper Darby. All right, Drew, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, thank you. You know, Dom, the New York Jets and the New York Giants, they play their home games in New Jersey.
Yes.
However, back in 1982, from 82 to 85, there was another league called the USFL, and it was a very competitive league. A lot of good players came from it. And one of the teams was owned by Donald Trump, and Herschel Walker played on it.
Yep.
The team was the New Jersey Generals. Thanks,
Absolutely. And there's a thing, you know, I don't want to overvalue, but Trump throwing a football there looks like potentially he could throw it 40 yards back then. I've seen the footage. He's a good baseball player. He was. The golf swing is not good. Stop it already.
No.
It's not good. I don't
It's
know
a
how
forward.
he wins these senior tournaments. He looks like to be a pretty good putter, but not the swing. Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, good to talk to you guys, and I'll be quick. Dom, what came first, the first baseball game or Thomas Edison?
First baseball game.
Very good, very good. In 1846, it was played in Hoboken, New Jersey, and it was between the New York Nine and the Knickerbockers. Even back then, New York was playing their games in North Jersey.
Yeah.
But the New York Nine won 23-1. 6 months after that, Thomas Edison was born in Menlo Park, and he then built the first industrial laboratory research facility in the world in 1876, also in Menlo Park. So I'm going with Thomas Edison. I just threw the baseball in to have some fun. You guys have a great day.
What's that thing you're working on?
Well, it's a light bulb.
A light bulb. Light bulb. Yeah, I invented that. Me. I'm Thomas Edison. I invented the light bulb.
Take that, Tesla. Sometimes like speeches I'm giving one tonight, tomorrow, I just put random stuff in there to settle a score with Dan. Like, yeah, take that, Tesla. It's Edison. Come on. Oh, Edison, no. Let me get Earl of Tacony. Earl, we have about 30 seconds. What's yours?
The ever ubiquitous New Jersey driver, 15 miles under the speed limit and driving slow in the passing lane. The citizens even mentioned it.
Yeah, exactly. Where we will be flying down there and driving with 2 feet tomorrow. All right, Sean, you did all these today. Do you have somebody that you really liked?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
My favorite one is honestly one of my favorite board games of all time is David with Monopoly. That's
that was
one
an
of my
outside the
favorite
box. That was a good observation. We all thought that was a little bit different. Yep. Henry, how about you?
I totally second that one. I think David and Lexington hit it around the money, and I like Joe of Columbus's creative answer of the mob. Not necessarily the mob you're thinking of, but a mob, sure, without a doubt.
Okay, let's go with David in Lexington. Yeah, I thought that, wasn't the usual fare here with that. All right, so we are all geared up. So is Rich, who's next. Tomorrow, you know the plan, 310 West Hildreth. Here's some of the plot lines, some of the storylines. Can Henry throw the Bridgestone ball 40 yards? How are those sandwiches that Johnny's concocting here playing off the pork roll? And will we find anybody who votes that it should be called Taylor Ham in the people that come to Mulligan? Remember, they're coming from all over New Jersey tomorrow. They don't know. Will we out them? Will they come on the air and defend that? We'll see all that. And then the big rally.
Plus, is anyone going to come in a powdered wig?
Powdered wig. Don't forget that from the Battle of Germantown. That's right. I'm hoping Gary shows up and does his Biden or powdered wig thing. It is going to be a festival. Got to be there tomorrow at any point in the day. Everybody in the world paying attention, including Fox News. Vegas Diner. The Deuce. All right, Rich is next with 4 big hours here. Thanks to Sean. Thanks to Henry. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers